fire for your mind. Kosher clinician.
Hola, tudo bem. Now, recently, it's Austin Holloman, first of all. Recently, as in 12 hours ago from now, 3 a.m. Brazil time, Salvador, Sao Paulo, Rio de Janeiro time, Austin, I posted a video, a clip of my longer YouTube videos titled, Do Brazilian Women Like Criminals or Good Dudes? The purpose of this video was for my followers to get a perspective on the difference of the culture between Brazil and the United States, because the United States, the women like the criminals. This has been scientifically proven. So I said, you know what? I think Brazilian women are the best women on the planet, but let me go out and ask these women what they think and prove my point. I've said several videos that I think Brazilian women are the best women on the planet. I just now started posting my clips on Twitter. I think this may have been the first one. And it went viral. Okay, I woke up, it had like 20-something thousand views. That was like at 7 in the morning. It's 3 p.m. and it's at almost 900,000 views. So this video is probably going to hit 2 million views before 24 hours. Like literally within 20 minutes, 70,000 people saw the video. Like it was like 750,000. Then
Passportbros, you guys want to hear a success story? Look what I pulled from the old country, right? It's great. She doesn't even speak English, so I don't have to listen to her.
Yeah, Passportbros, I see you, looking good, got the visas on law, heading around the world, on your rendezvous, got your yachts, got your crew, picking up the girls. Make sure you got those green cards on lock too. Don't worry about us, boo. We holding it down. The children know who's who.
When they get past 35, when they hit 40, maybe even 50, that's when all of a sudden they're having like this midlife crisis where they don't have kids and they don't feel like they have a legacy. They're not proud of themselves. And now they're eager to breed. I've met guys like that were eager to knock me up. They were just like, please have my baby. Like, let me tell you, this is why a lot of guys in that generation are going overseas to the Philippines and other third world countries to find a wife, because the women in their own culture or their own country are not interested. And there's other factors, but sometimes it's literally because they're just not desirable to the women. And the younger girls are not interested either because they want to live their life. You know, they really want to get us to desire them. Like, they want us to want that older generation, but it's like, you guys are not as attractive as the guys that are closer to our age. And this is a natural desire to be mutually attracted to somebody. Like, women in the Philippines.
Off my chest about the Passport Brothers. If you broke, just say that shit. You are giving off broke vibes because you won't leave. Every fucking day you throw up that passport and threaten us that you're gonna fucking go. I already have a black man I adore, so you can get the out of here. Ain't nobody holding you. And then you turn back around, wait for somebody to say, don't leave. Get the out. Hurry up. I ain't never seen a broke bunch of men who and complain about going to go get another woman because they don't have the common sense to learn how to talk to women here. If I can't get was a person, it would be all of those motherfuckers. And I wish they would have left a whole lot sooner. As a matter of fact, you could have shut your whole mouth and just dipped the out like a regular person would. But you sitting here pleading and crying like a grown-ass child. I'm gonna leave. I promise I'm gonna leave. Get the out. I don't give a You can leave. You can hurry up and run. Go tell that. But you giving off broke vibes because you still here. We know you broke, bitch. We know.
I do have a question for the Passport Bros. When are y'all gonna take charge and lead your own movement? Like, instead of sitting on this app gaslighting every fucking body, when are y'all just gonna leave? Like, y'all can't even lead yourselves out of the countries, but y'all want to lead the families. I'm hella confused on what's happening here. When are y'all actually going?
Assimilation, accommodation, adaptation. What happens when a man goes into a country and don't understand the schematic framework of that said country? And what happens to a man when they don't understand that other cultures that are not similar to America can be a detriment not only to their image, but also a detriment to movements that are more or less sustainable long term for the empowerment of all men. In this current show, we will explore the dynamics of Austin Holloman, a YouTube phenom that has more or less been accosted in Brazil for false accusations of sex tourism. Also in this show, we will explore how men need to move as Brazil is actually going through a revolution, and that there are haters back here in America that have animus towards passport bros and men that travel abroad. Sit back, relax, and enjoy this show as I bring it to you live from the greatest state in the Union, the Tar Heel State. And I need you guys to remember this as we explore the dynamics of world travel, assimilation, accommodation, adaptation. If it ain't 7, it ain't kosher. If it ain't kosher, it ain't right. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become an optimized male, and understanding how world travel and other cultures play a role into your evolution as a man is paramount as we explore the nuances of culture and masculinity. Be well.
They're leaving here to go to Latin America to be with a Latin woman, and it's almost like implying to women here that you're not doing your job good enough, so I'm gonna go to South America to.
And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. Is sex in your travel itinerary? It's one of the travel goals for a community called the Passportbros, meaning brothers. It's a traveling community of upwardly mobile black men. Some are accused of going around the world searching for a more traditional and submissive wife.
And women is getting engaged to men after writing to prisoners. They start dating them and everything. But y'all still want to get on planes and go find people overseas. Apparently, there's something wrong. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand. I'm not understanding that. Like, black women are actually finding people who are just in prison and just starting to write to them and date them and then get married to them. There's something that's not adding up and it's not computing. I don't know.
You have got to be kidding me if this woman thinks she's taking a shot at Passport Bros because women are going to prison to find... All I want to say is, this is why I would never date a woman in the United States of America again. This is not taking a shot at Passport Bros. This is actually making a point that we were saying, even when I was shout out to Brazil. You see this? I do this for the culture, to let them know what it look like. Oh, y'all don't know that? Shout out to Brazil. Yeah, these are my shirts. Go on my website if you want one. Got Colombia, all that. Shout out to everybody that's really delving into the culture, yo. Brazil for real, that's what I do. But to all the cultures out there, we more than just, I just love the fact that we showing all of the dudes that travel that we more than just one thing. And we doing without even trying, yo. We creating stuff for us, real travelers, yo. But shout out to all them cats, man. We doing it. We just getting started. That's the crazy way. Somebody gonna say, yeah, the world watching, y'all look crazy. No, we look beautiful. We look handsome. All the people that's traveling.
It's a hard thing to admit, but it's understandable why they would choose to go their own way. And that's what's scary, is there's actually a rational reason why they would do that.
Men going their own way. And you can think what you want about it, but this is a really big problem for women, for us, for our future, for families, for you to find a partner. If a population of good men are walking away because they're fed up with women.
If you're being told all your life that you are bad and wrong just for being a man, and that you have toxic masculinity for being a man, and that, you know, women, there's this famous expression that, you know, a woman needs a man just like a fish needs a bicycle. And that men are basically useless. And that men are terrible and that, you know, women are superior.
Our society is very callous towards men. The only message most men hear in the world is that they're a bumbling buffoon. The TV shows are full of idiot men. Commercials show men as buffoons. The society is against them. All they hear about is what idiots men are.
It's the mass of women that are taking over the culture and representing women. They're loud. They're mean. They say they want equality. Why are they not protesting in the streets for the changing the laws for alimony or child support or child custody? Because they don't want equality. They want superiority.
The male gender has more of a slave state, and it's because men are now subjugated to the law and to women, and nobody really believes it, except the men who go through, say, the court. But most men think that they're exempt from that until they end up in a bad situation.
So for a lot of the men, and a lot of them have gotten screwed over in terrible relationships and divorces and gotten their kids taken away from them. So it's an understandable response.
In the United States of America, as a man, you can't speak up. I think most women tend to be very, I'm stereotyping, but they tend to be more collectivist. They tend to sort of be more in that socialist mindset. So I don't know that you're going to see a huge change. I think the change will have to come from men.
The lives of women will not change until the men get the opportunity to also examine and define and change their lives. In many ways, I sometimes think that the 20th century was the century where the women made all these massive changes, and the 21st century will be the changes that the men will make, partly in adaptation to the changes that the women have done.
And those men are doing something about it. They're saying, you know what, I'm done with this. I'm not getting married, or I'm divorced. They don't sit around just trying to live their life through women. They actually have lots of hobbies. They go out, they buy that land you were talking about. They're out there getting motorcycles. They're having a good time, and they're enjoying life without having to deal with the stress of the women and the society that tells them they have to have a woman in their life.
How would you feel? I mean, you're not going to feel that attracted to a woman or care to be loving towards her or romantic towards her. So this men going their own way is a reaction to that. I really think it's a rational reaction to that. Men are finally like, hey, we've given you all you want. You are equal in every way, and then you're still shaming us.
All right, guys, we're about to start in a minute. We're going to have a very powerful show on tonight. And the question on tonight remains, or more or less circles around this. Will the Passport Bros movement continue to proliferate in 2023? I think so. We're not going to let people stop us from the right to self-determination. We have some very intelligent brothers on this panel tonight. We got Theo Walf. I call him the Iron Man of surgical movement for the Passport movement. We got Morpheus in the house, and we got my man, the Big Trucker, doing a great job about the Passport Bros. We'll evaluate some of his videos. And at some point, I'm going to try to get Austin Holloman in as they are attacking this young bull, and we're not going to allow it to happen. Get your pens and paper ready, guys. I'm about to drop some fire for your mind. Let's do it.
Left it to the bank like go. Left it to the bank like I got it in 10s, 20,
16 minutes after the hour, 7 o'clock. Bringing to you live from the greatest state in the union, the Tar Heel State. We're going to shame the devil on tonight. We're going to use a practical resolving and practical, more or less, measures. Because when men come together, when we use logic and precision, we can't be stopped, and we won't be stopped. Let's do it.
I be waking up when you go night-night, in a different zone with the time. Left it to the bank like Ooh, go. Left it to the bank like didn't continue. I've been going dumb, I've been going mental. Going up, I'm on another level. All black clothes like a metal. Little this and this, little Ricky Rick. It's my grandmama, I'm a Nicky Nick. I just wanna love, but I've been hit or miss. I might up and leave, and I take a piss. Laugh into the bank line.
And so many reprobates as they are defending.
Laugh into the bank line. I got it in 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s, 10s, 20, 50, 100s.
Fire for your mind. The kosher clinician. All right, guys. We're about to do it. Excellent show. We're going to have a great show on tonight. We got my man in the house, Theo Waff. I call Theo the Iron Man of the movement because he is a computer engineer. And he's going to teach you men and show you men how to be free. If you know anything about comic books, there was a man that stood between the gate between Thor, and he was a black guy, and so he was the gatekeeper. And Theo is going to teach you guys about the power and the possibility of being a digital nomad. And at some point, guys, you know, y'all need to get in contact with Theo so y'all can get the necessary or the requisite information to perhaps get ready to start your life as you get ready to travel abroad as you're trying to reach your wife. And then also, guys, I got my man Dre in the house. I call him Morpheus with Love Crossing Borders. Dre is the antecedent to the hypocrisy that many are actually saying. He's married to a beautiful Colombian woman. And he's going to break this thing down because Dre is very intellectual. I love Dre. And we're going to talk about rational and practical things as it relates to this phenomenon. And then the fourth brother I got in the house is my man Big Truck, the Big Truck series in review. Shout out to my man Big Truck. Big Truck, we're going to chop it up. And at some point, we might even get Austin Holloman. It's about 7 o'clock in Thailand. And we're going to have Austin in to more or less expound at some point to explore this foolishness, but also the denigration and the defamation of black men. So, round of applause to all the audience members. And we're about to, so starting with my man, Dre, Love Crossing Borders. Dre, what do you think about the hypocrisy, but also the rabid nature of so many of these women that are attacking this young boy and taking everything that we're trying to do and a lot of men out of context?
I'm not surprised. You gotta realize that, let's say if all of us brothers were still in the States, they still wouldn't be happy. It'd be something else to bitch and fuss about. So it doesn't even matter what we do. If we stay in the States, if we go to other 190 plus countries around the world, we've already come to the conclusion. The MGTOW brothers have come to this conclusion. We brothers with passports have come to this conclusion. The other passport groups out there, that's not even passport bros, there are other groups out there that are blossoming as well. We all realize one thing: we will never make these women happy.
Yes, sir.
Ever. I want black men to come to this conclusion when it comes to the United States. There are very few women that will come into your life that you will be able to fulfill the desires that she has for a man. You won't be able to do it. Just like Chris Rock said.
Yes, sir.
He said you'll never be able to make a woman happy. If you give her everything and you're going to work, at the end of the day, she's still saying you're working too much. If you're staying at home, she's calling you lazy. And how come we don't have enough money? You'll never make her happy. So get your passports and go after what you need to go after. But the reason why they're attacking him or attacking us is because we're tired and we're moving. No more arguing, just no more fussing, no fighting for you. We're gone. But the second thing is it causes them to have to be by themselves and reflect. And you know, the last thing a woman wants to have to do is reflect and think about the wrongs that she's done as you're walking down the road, the dusty road, the dusty trail. So that's the last thing. But also they realize that to see you walking down that dusty trail with your passport, she's also seeing her future walk away. There's no woman on the planet wants to have a future when she's 70. I don't care who she is, at 70, 80 years old, and she by herself and she's watching Facebook photos of the older couples just holding hands in their last years, and she'll never be one of them. And I'm going to end with this, and I keep letting you guys know, and y'all be thinking I'll be joking when I say this. Invest in Petco and PetSmart stocks. If you will thank me in the next 10 years, these women are going to go through 3 dogs, 8 cats, a partridge, and a pear tree. If you do not invest, you guys are laughing at me. I'm just saying this is too many live
I know you're telling the truth.
Invest in Petco and PetSmart, because a man's best friend is no longer man's best friend. It's her best. Man's best friend is the big dog, and her best friend is these little chihuahua little animals that they've created, that they've morphed into what they want to call a dog that can fit into a purse. And I'm telling you, those dogs only last 2, 3, 4, 5 years. So these ladies are going to be, that's why I said they're going to go through 6 or 7, 8 dogs in a lifetime. And so do realize that. So invest in Petco, invest in PetSmart. I promise you, you're going to thank me, because during the recession, they're one of the few stocks that did not drop down.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to my man Theo Waff, the gatekeeper of the Passport Bros. I call him the extraordinaire, as he's going to help lead men into freedom. Theo, what do you think about this whole phenomenon of the Passport Bros? And what expertise do you bring that can actually add liberation and hope? And the reason why I asked you, Theo, because Dr. William Glasser talked about 5 steps, and I used Dr. Glasser's model. Dr. Glasser's models is synonymous to Abraham Maslow, but Glasser said that there are 5 things that causes men to go through a conniption. He talked about men need power, men need fun, men need freedom, men need belonging, and also men need survival. It appears that in this negative kaleidoscope called America, men cannot do anything because heteronormative masculinity is under attack. What do you feel like you add to this equation as you are a gatekeeper, and also your expertise about helping men become digital nomads so that they can find wives across the traverses of this current globe that we live on?
So I became a Passport Bro in 91 when I was 18 years old, and I've always been one ever since. And I went hardcore in 93 when I was in Russia for 1 year. So I lived 16 years total in Japan. I was actually married to a Japanese woman. I speak Japanese fluently. And so what I can give is a lot of the legal requirements for visas, what it's like to leave your country, what it's like to speak your another language, but also what kind of skills that you actually need in order to transfer your life to another country. So example, like if you're going to be in Brazil or you're going to be in Colombia, but you want to go back to the West, what kind of job do you need in order to go back and forth real quick like that? I had to answer all those kind of questions when I was in Japan, because if I didn't get those skills while I was in Japan, I could never return properly back to the West. I mean, I would have been like a waiter or something like that, right? So I actually teach this to the men. I actually say what is necessary to do, how far they really have to study, how far they really have to work, and what's real regarding making sure that you have enough money and enough security to be a digital nomad in other countries. I much more prefer Andre's situation, where he's in one country, he's there, he's sound, he's good. That's what I had in Japan. Going back and forth between countries is a little bit more difficult. So, let's say you want to do 8 months in another country and actually establish yourself, and then go back to the United States, but then come back to, go back and forth like that. I teach my students how to do that. And then also I teach them computers. I teach them cloud computing. I have over 100 students right now in my cloud computing courses. And I have over 30 students who are making now well over $150,000 a year. And they are definitely going to be able to become digital nomads. I have a few right now who actually are digital nomads in other countries. And I'm telling them how to work, how to deal with the legal system, how to deal with visas, that the whole conveying, how to deal with time, the time management. Those guys, they're going out, they're having a great time. They're dating wonderful women. They send me photos about the food, the culture. I always tell them they need to learn the language, they need to study. They didn't just get there. It's not time to stop. You got to work more. So I I push them. I give them the framework for this, and I'm starting to have some good results. Can you unmute yourself, Andre?
Let me before I bring on Big Truck Series, let me read out these super chats. Shout out to my man Kings and Dreams. He says, salute panel, modern women would never be happy. I appreciate it, Kings and Dreams. Thank you, brother. And then also thank you to my man Kings and Dreams again for the 2. He said, I've invested in Petco / PetSmart and wine. And I need to go and get some stock with that because it makes a lot of sense. And then also shout out to a man supporting men for the 2. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it as well. And guys, do me a favor. Share this stream. This is going to be an epic stream. Go support Dre at Love Crossing Borders. Go check out Big Truck Series. And also, guys, donate to the channel. Donate to what we're trying to do as men. As a licensed therapist, I count on the honor to serve you young men in a time where masculinity and or heteronormative masculinity is under attack. So share the stream and let's get this thing cracking on tonight. But without further ado, guys, we got my man Big Truck Series in the house. Big Truck Series, tell the people who you are and why you become so passionate about the Passport Bro movement. Because I count on the honor, you're almost 80,000 strong on your channel. And tell the people why you're so passionate about the Passport Bro movement and the shenanigans that are continuing to go on here in America.
Okay, good evening, everybody.
Thank you, brother.
So, the first time I actually traveled outside the country, I was in college, and I had gotten my passport because I went to school in China, Fudan University. At that time, I believe it was China's number 3 school. I went there to study business in China, and I went to study Mandarin. So at this point, I can read, write, type, and whatever. I can use Mandarin language for the most part. I can speak in this, that, and other. So I spent my time over there, and I was basically learning. I went over there specifically for school. What I didn't realize was that within, I'd say about 48 hours of being there, I was going to meet a beautiful Chinese girl who basically was with a group of her friends, and she just wanted to meet me because I was an American black man. Now, this was back in 2001, right? And what I realized right away was dating her, it was so much different, for one, than dating here in America. It was she was nicer, she was sweeter, far more feminine, this, that, and the other. As time went on from 2001 on till now, I've watched the culture totally degenerate here.
Yes, sir.
The women have become so toxic, it's ridiculous. I've noticed that also, especially with so many black males being raised at this point by single mothers or without fathers in the home, whether it's because the father wanted to stay and they was divorced, or whether it was because they were incarcerated or whatever it was. I've noticed in general, males and females in general, the dating culture has deteriorated. The marriage culture has consequently deteriorated. There are far more divorces, far fewer marriages, especially in the black community. I work here in Fulton Financial District here, downtown Manhattan. I deal in real estate, landlording, renting. I also deal in credit improvement and real estate investments for the most part. And I've seen I have Jewish friends and people who I work with, partners. I have Asian co-workers, friends, partners, right? And I've noticed that it's such a tremendous difference for them and their culture than it is for me to be black in America. And even when I've gone to Africa, I've noticed that it's a huge difference for black men in America. I personally believe that black men in America are suffering from anomie and they're suffering from grief. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross's stages of grief, only I've adapted it to this Passport Bro situation.
Right.
I believe they're stuck in different phases. Maybe it's anger, maybe it's depression, maybe it's acceptance.
Yes.
But the reality is we as black men are spending so much time just dealing with sex. And we're spending so much time with that we're literally wasting a lot of time, a lot of energy, a lot of money, going back and forth to court for child support, this, that, and other. Meanwhile, these Asian men, these Jewish men, they ain't doing that. They've got their time to build their wealth, and we are stuck. So I say, well, what's a reasonable solution? Because the women here aren't going to change for the better, especially considering the toxic culture that is overarching this entire country.
Yes, sir.
I said, what is the option? What is the solution? You get your passport.
Get your passport,
Now,
right.
the reality is, you go overseas, chances are you're going to meet someone. Chances are you're going to meet somebody who actually appreciates you. Even if she is playing the long game and saying, you know what, I'm going to use him. I'm going to make my life better off of him. I'll have some kids for him, and I'll bring up my entire family working when I move back with him or whatever it is. I don't think most men actually have a problem with that. I think most men at this point have been beaten down so badly by this liberal feminist culture here that
Yes,
right
sir.
now you're willing to accept just about anything.
Yes, sir.
But the reality is, you get your passport, and if it's not working out here for you, you go someplace not only where you're respected, but someplace where you're demanded. In some of these countries, these women, and you're seeing the Arab women making these TikTok videos, seeing Chinese women, Filipino
Yes.
women.
Yes.
We want black men. They're
Right.
saying it loud.
They're saying it.
And
Yes,
the
sir.
last, and I'll say this before I pass the mic. These black women who are on TikTok and the ones on YouTube, they feel threatened because they realize at this point that we have options that they didn't think that we had.
Right.
And they know that when we walk out that door, their mortgage payments are still due. Their rent payments are still due. Their car notes are still due. And they've got no help doing it. Meanwhile, we're getting somebody else probably half their age, probably half our age, and we're bringing them, pedestalizing them above them, and we're going to have stable families, stable homes, because those women were indoctrinated to be wives and the ones here weren't. So they adopt the feminism. You just want a slave. You just want a servant. You just want a secretary. Even if my answer to all that was yes, well, guess what? If you don't improve yourself, you're going to watch me with Ling Ling over here, and you're going to be stuck, probably put out on the ballsy ass. You're going to be put out because you had a chance to be better, but you weren't. So I went and got my passport.
No doubt. And you know what, Theo, I mean, not Theo, but Big Truck, you said something very profound. And let me say this clearly as I pontificate what you talked about in conjunction with Abraham Maslow. Women in general at their base nature are the same. I'm going to say it again. Women at their base nature are the same, but here's the difference. Socialization, a lot of times, can more or less override the intrinsic hard drive of a woman. And when a woman is raised up in a culture where it's a healthy patriarchy, where the women understand that there's a value in having a strong man in your life, they don't revert to behaviors that are antithetical to masculinity and family. And so I created a term, Theo, Dre, and Big Truck, called kosher hypergamy. Kosher hypergamy is fit and proper. It does not seek to exploit. But the next one is called carnal hypergamy. And carnal hypergamy is a byproduct of a term that I created called hoflation. Hoflation just basically means, a lot of modern women more or less have practiced measures that are not necessary for a man of means. We know that there's a remnant of good women out here that are left. There's some good sisters that are spread out across this globe. And men, if you can't find your wife in America, then we will say that getting the passport might be your next answer. But if you feel like you have exhausted finding a quality woman that meets your value system here in America, then get your passport, because these women abroad has been traditioned and trained to love, respect, and honor you as a man. No longer will we allow women to more or less dictate our rightful place in this world as men. We understand that there are forces that are more or less coming against men, trying to derail movements, like they attacked the young bull. And some will probably attack me, but I've been attacked so many times it doesn't matter. I'm like a duck. I let water roll off my back, because we understand that as men, we got to be in unison with one another. And we understand that there are saboteurs that are seeking to more or less not only to deride, but also to derail this movement. But we're greater when we come together as one. And as I said before in the past, whereas men, we may not agree on all things or ideologies. We're not going to always agree, but we do need to come together as allies of a common cause, only to dissipate once the crisis is over. And the crisis appears to be proliferating more and more and more. Shout out to my man, Tim Howard, for the $5 super stick. He said this is going to be a great one. Men traveling is a win for sure, no doubt. And then also shout out to my man, a man supporting men. He said, I canceled 2 dates within 2 weeks. 2 different B-dubs. I just don't care to date and chill with these women. I'd rather sit in my hotel room and play spades on my phone. And that's a deal,
That's a
right?
bet,
man.
right?
I
That's a
appreciate
deal,
my man,
right? That's a
Nancy
deal,
Lynn.
right?
And
That's a
because
bet,
you're a
right?
kind
That's a
love
deal,
offer,
right?
my
That's
man
a deal,
supporting
right?
me, you are the #1 sponsor of this stream. Thank you, sir.
It's the money.
So I'm gonna bring Dre back up for a minute. And Dre, I want you to more or less explain why is Dre so passionate? You once was a slave to this gynocratic culture that more or less limited it, your efficacy as a man. But why is Dre so passionate? And then tell the people about your channel, Love Crossing Borders, and why that channel is so important as we transverse into 2023.
Because like you always call me Morpheus, I can see what others can't in regards to the direction that or the potential that all this has for the future of Black men. I know it's a bunch of white brothers that's in Asian brothers and Latin brothers in the movement too. But when it comes to us Black men, I really see, I'm tell you a story. This is why I'm so passionate. I read the autobiography of Booker T. Washington. Booker T. Washington was maybe about 5 or 6 years old, and dude come riding in on a horse. He tells them, he goes to Booker T. Washington's master. Then they were the slaves at this time period. He was young, and all the slave master brought everybody to the front porch and said, "Just found out that you all free. You all are free." Everybody started crying. Master crying. The master's wife is crying. Slaves are crying. Booker T turned to his mom and said, "Mom, why everybody crying?" 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-old boy. His mother looked at him and said, "Because we's don't know where we're gonna go, and we's don't know what's we gonna do."
Right.
And when and Black people are still like that to this day. They don't know where they're going, why they're in the States. Who wrote the reason why I'm so passionate is because who wrote the book or the policy that stated that we were supposed to have our freedom in the country in which we were enslaved? That's like me being in prison and they saying, "Andre, you free from prison, but I'm still wandering around like it's an apartment." Oh, just because I treat it like it's an apartment and I walk around like it's an apartment, that doesn't make prison an apartment. And it's the same thing when it comes to being in the United States as a Black man. Just because you decided and your ancestors decided to treat your prison like it was an apartment doesn't make it an apartment.
Right.
If you're free, take your passport, take your opportunities, and take advantage of it. I really believe that the true freedom of the Black man is going to take place beyond the borders of the United States, not just within the prison house that we keep trying to make into apartments, and we stay frustrated. Why don't this prison turn into an apartment building? Because it's a prison.
It's a prison,
It'll never
right.
be nothing else but a prison. So take advantage of the opportunities. This is not about the women. Women are, I just did the video on Love Crossing Borders, 10 reasons why I decided to leave the United States and women didn't make the list. They didn't make the list. I tried to.
Dre, you froze. I think Dre froze.
I think his computer may have shut down or something.
Okay.
I think I'm back, guys.
Oh, there you are. There you are.
Thank you very much. But I realized that there were so many economic opportunities. When I sit back and I see guys that probably just making $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, and you take that $70,000 and or the $50,000 that you're making online to Colombia, and now it's worth $175,000 in buying power. Why should I stay in the United States when I know that I get tax benefits and tax breaks? As long as I stay out of the United States for over 330 days a year, I get a tax exemption of $113,000. Actually, this year's $112,000 for this tax year. I get automatically, when the United States, you got to have your taxes done by April, whatever it may be. I get all the way until June automatically. I automatically get an extension because I don't live in the States. all the headache. Right now, over 85% of Americans don't even have $1,000 in their emergency funds. But you want to sit back and keep me in a country to be next to people that might just rob me because time's getting tight in the United States. I have walked across this whole continent of South America, and I've yet to deal with police brutality. But I can't even walk across the street in my own country without worrying about police brutality. And I'm still not talking about women. Right. That's what my point is. The opportunity for us right now as men. I just got done doing a 2-hour meeting with some men in a Facebook group. And these brothers are the enlightened black men or the enlightened brothers on Facebook. And these guys are coming together doing what Theo is doing. These guys are sharing so much knowledge and information to show each other step. These dudes are talking about investments. They're teaching each other how to get into stocks with futures and with the market and with REITs. They're talking about, hey, if you want to know how to write this or create a course, they're doing all these things together. We're talking about guys that probably make $12 an hour networking with guys that's worth 12 million. This is what's going on in the black community with these brothers with passports. So when it comes to the women, okay, cool, they crying and they fussing, but I need the women to fuss, because while they're fussing over here, we are taking care of business over there. They remind me, and I'm gonna shut down with this story. In Detroit, I remember all the time it used to happen back in the day, back in the 80s and 90s. The police force would say, we just caught them with 25 pounds of illegal, whatever it may be. The police chief and the mayors and everybody would be at the podium celebrating that they caught it on the east side of Detroit, 25 pounds trying to come into this country, trying to come into the city of Detroit. But what the mayor didn't tell you, why they got you looking at the 25 pounds on the east side of Detroit, that's because the mayor letting in 300 pounds on the west side of Detroit.
Right.
Women on this side of rah talking, let them talk.
Let them talk, right.
Let them talk. All they doing is giving us exposure.
Right.
Passport Bros and many of our YouTube channels wouldn't have never got this level of exposure. Kevin Samuels wouldn't have never got the level of exposure if it wasn't for big mouth women running off at the mouth, trying to complain and put us down. And we're getting the same traction that Kevin got at that time period in which they start to criticize him. So keep on talking, ladies. You're gonna be left behind. I just watched yesterday, I just watched the headline of a woman, 82 years old. She said, I don't have a man. She said, and because of that, I've lived in my car for 2 years.
Wow, right. And you know, they talk about licks, Dre. They always talk about licks. But you know, I'm gonna do a show called The Carnal Embargo. And really what it is, it goes back to power, fun, freedom, belonging, survival, but also what Theo talked about in regard to, not Theo, but Big Truck talked about in regard to Abraham Maslow hierarchy of needs. And I can tell he's an educated man like myself. But, you know, times are getting crazy and tight. And what women don't understand, when you come against men and defame them and cast aspersions against men where there's no evidence to suggest what you're doing, where these cultures that you're more or less complaining about are complicit in doing the things that you accuse us of. Men by far not traveling abroad. You can't solicit something that don't already damn exist. But you got these goofballs saying, oh, they're going over there tricking. But how the hell can they trick if you're selling it? You're selling a product. It's one thing if they didn't sell a product and they were going over there trying to lure women with money and trying to persuade them to carnal desires. But Dre, you and I both can go to certain countries in South America, and we're not saying all. We don't want to cast aspersions, but in certain tourist areas, those women may or may not come up to you and try to solicit you. So how in the hell can Passport Bros be sex tourists? But on the flip side, you got black women getting it in, in the grill, Jamaica, some. You got these bad built white women.
They get to make a movie about theirs called They Got Their Groove Back.
Getting the groove back.
A whole movie and a best-selling book about theirs.
Yes, sir. And then the woman that accused Austin Holloman of his BS, she was an OnlyFans model. We're going to get into that as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to have Big Truck come back up and tell about his channel, why he's so passionate. And then I met Theo and then Big Truck. But in the meantime, guys, get the likes up, share this stream. This is going to be an epic stream. And the robot just texted me. The robot said, tell them Negroes to get them likes up and share this stream. Get the likes up. Theo, once again, I called you the gatekeeper to the Passport Bro movement. Is the Passport Bro movement a negative connotation, or is it basically a fellowship or brotherhood when men are beginning to celebrate their freedom based on the tyranny of the gynocratic order we currently live in?
I think the Passport Bro movement is a natural function of how we're treated in the United States and in the Western world.
Right.
And there really is no other option, because you have guys who are extremely family oriented, who have listened to women. Most of us have a history of being extremely blue pilled, and we've already listened to them. We know how to solve their problems. We know we've been in their shoes for many years, and we keep on seeing the same results with them. Whereas when we go abroad, actually when I went myself, we're chosen first, and the women are like, yeah, you're not like a totally sexy guy or something, but we know we can make a family with you, and that's what they're looking for. And you get to have this amazing experience with a woman who genuinely wants you, and she thinks she's lucky to have you. And I'm just like, why would it be any other way? Like that, this is just a logical method. So I'm going to give you my story about some more things about Japan. When I was in Japan, I became stronger as a black man. I got a much stronger black identity. And I learned a lot about what it meant to actually have your voice. And the Japanese wouldn't always allow us to speak the way we wanted to. And one of the things I said was, okay, like, this is your country. I don't have the right to vote. I'm not a citizen. But when I go back to my country, I'm going to speak, and no one's going to stop me. I'm going to straight out be what I'm supposed to be. So when I came back in 2011 and I saw a situation, I couldn't believe how badly black men were treated. I was just like, what the heck has happened? Like, what is it, like 1863, 1862 or something? And there hasn't been any kind of liberation. Do we need to send Grant's army in again? Like, what's wrong? What's going on? And I didn't, because there was no feminism in Japan like that. There's nothing like that at all. And I came back and I saw it and I said, there's just no way. I can't believe it. So I was a part of the MGTOW movement, of course, straight out. And I went to monk mode for a while I was recovering. And then in about 2016, that's when I really started promoting the passport movement. And I started telling other guys about it. And of course, I'm being suppressed. I had channels taken down. I had, all kinds of stuff. Like, whenever I said it. And, my white friends are looking at me like, why don't you just go out with a black girl? Like, have you tried? Right. Have you done this? Have you been at the receiving end of a black girl in the United States? Or how about other Western women? Have you actually been there? And do you respect yourself and then go on a date like this? Do you understand how you're treated? And I started looking around and said, there is no other way. It has to be passport. So again, I kept on promoting it wherever I could. I just kept on saying this is the only way. Finally started linking up with other brothers who thought the same way. And again, I was in Sao Paulo last year at this time. I was heavily promoting it. They were throwing everything at me. Says, I don't care. I'll trade 300 to 400 men to make $250,000 a year to leave the country. What? They'll have no history. I'll get people with like even high school degrees in felonies. I'll get them jobs. I can do it. I know.
Yes,
what
sir.
I'm doing.
No doubt.
That's what I started doing. I started trading them left and right. And I said, yeah, watch it. And it'll just take a while. And the guys will actually go through the steps and actually do the self-improvement, get the jobs and leave. And a lot of what these guys are going through is what I went through back in the day, about, I'd say about 7-8 years ago. They get in the job. They've actually got a professional job. They can't believe it, because so many people in our community think, oh, you make 40,000 or 50,000, that's good enough. That's all they've ever heard. And I said, no, you can make 150,000. You can actually do it. So they actually make the money, and they're like, they don't have any debt. They don't have any bills. They're saving money. They got $100,000 saved up. Some of these guys get their $250,000, $300,000 a year through my instruction. They have a good life, and this is the first time. And they're like, why would I allow anyone to mistreat me? Why would I ever tolerate this? See, and what I'm doing is I'm getting them out of the matrix. I'm actually showing them like I'm getting out of this bubble. Like this is what I had in Japan. So the next one is you got with your career, your next part is to actually leave the country and be with women who treat you well and respect you. And it's, people talk about tricking abroad. I'm like, why would that ever happen? The women are usually so happy to date you.
Right.
Like you have so many opportunities. It's just, it's like fish in a barrel. Why would you ever even try that? It's just easy. It's amicable because you have feminine women who are on your program and they want to talk with you. It's a delightful experience. You don't have to use money or anything. You just have to sit and smile and talk and be a human being. It's simple, right? I mean, look at Andre's wife. Look how they communicate. I'm like,
yes.
When I was married before in Japan, that reminds me so much of what I had back then. Right? It's hard to watch, but that's guys. That's the way it is. It's really a beautiful relationship. It's communication. It's two individuals being together and being happy. That's what you get. Like when you get in the West, it's not. Nah, it's not something I acknowledge. It's just gone. Sorry, bad idea. Oh, gone. Oh. So, that's why I do what I do. I keep on promoting it. I keep on saying, guys, this is the way you've got to go. You've got to get out of the country. I'm relentless on this. I'm going to see how many more guys I can get out.
No doubt. It's all about liberation and freedom. Big Truck Series. Your channel morphed from talking about trucks and reviewing trucks and not in fancy cars to become emboldened with the Passport Bro movement. I want you to tell the audience why you're so passionate about this, and then more or less in this loaded question, talk about some of the things that you went through in the West that made you become so passionate about trying to liberate men in a time when masculinity is under attack.
Well, for the first thing, I like to travel specifically. I like to experience other cultures, see how other people live in certain places, move around the world. I've been to a number of different places. I personally have felt since maybe after I came back from China, I felt that a lot of younger black males, they need to see outside of this country.
Yes, sir. Right.
Unfortunately, it's not just outside of this country, it's outside of this hemisphere. Because the thing about it is this hemisphere is dominated by America.
Right.
This hemisphere being dominated by America means that no matter where you go in this hemisphere, you feel the presence of America. And if you feel the presence of America, then it is still familiar. You go to a place like Southeast Asia, you go to Far East Asia, you go to Middle East, Dubai, Pakistan, Bangladesh, you go to any of these places, you don't feel America's presence at all. In fact, what you see for the first time, especially if you go to an Islamic state, I just came back from Maldives, for example. You go to any of these Islamic states, you feel order like you've never seen it before.
Yes.
Just like most black men are quick to point out, when they go to these other countries, they have never felt safer. There's usually the police typically are not gunning for them, not racially profiling them. Most of the police in the countries I've gone to, the police mostly don't carry guns for the most part, like South Korea, Japan, even China. They don't even carry guns, but they maintain a level of order. They have patriarchy for the most part. They maintain a level of order that most of us have never really experienced before. And I think that's part of the reason why when some of these younger black boys go over there and they're not prepared to see what they're going to deal with, that's why they run into problems. However, I think that being exposed to this more at a younger age would be better, because what they're exposed to here is absolute chaos. And the sad thing about it is until they see that there's more out there, and until they see that this isn't the only way, it's like the allegory of the cave. It's like they believe that what they're seeing on the wall, that's all there is. And I just basically show them that, no, this is not all there is. There's more out there. Pretty much everything you've seen on television about these other places is lies for the most part. They've tried to tell you how bad it is. Even these women are trying to gaslight these men about not going over there. It's like, how are you going to tell me not to go there when I've already been there and I already know what it's like?
Right.
How are you going to tell me about the women over there when you've never been there and I have, and I've dealt with them? You can't gaslight me simply because I know more on this than you do.
Right.
So the reality is specifically black women, they're as much a part of this American white supremacy, even though they probably wouldn't want to admit it. but they've been basically given a step above the black men for the most part. We are competing directly with them. We're in direct competition with black women. And the reality is that's no good for anybody's community, because if they're trying to outcompete you and they're trying to do better than you, if you're basically at war with them, that gender war that we were talking about 2 or 3 years ago, this is what it's morphed into. It's morphed into this. And the reality is they want to compete with us on every level, but they can't, because at the end of the day, time's against them and time's on our side. So my point is, as far as these young black males, I just want them to see that there's more out there.
Yes.
I want them to understand that, they see, and I'll say this real quick, past the mic.
Right, no, you're right.
African-American men, African-American women, they have every right to suffer from enemy, because this country was not built for us. And
Right.
this country intended to make us second-class citizens for as long as thy shall exist.
Right.
Thing about it, what's funny is once you make your money in this country and you leave, you realize very quickly that's not what you have to be. And you get to live on a total another level with a total different mentality. Everything they do, every piece of media they put out reminds you that you're supposed to be a second-class citizen, that you're black, you're not white. You have to check a box. Am I white or am I black? All you're doing is basically saying, am I oppressed or am I the oppressor? That's basically what you're doing. Once you step out of this country, all of that ceases to pretty much exist. Those people don't live like that. Those people have grown up. They've never experienced what you've experienced here. So for the most part, we can especially with the internet, and especially you got all these black men in IT and all these technological fields, you have the ability to make money globally. You have the ability to work remotely in another country. You could be on a beach in Maldives while doing your work here. And you can make your money. Nobody can take it away from you. There's nothing for them to really attack. So there's a lot more out there, and these dudes just need to see it.
Well, I want to ask you a question before I pass the mic to Dre.
Sure.
Big Truck, you're educated, man. You're highly educated, like myself.
1 bachelor's, 2 masters, 1 pilot license, and I speak Mandarin and read, write, type, and speak it.
So talk about a little bit about your form, your form of education, but also I asked you a question I want you to address. You more from talking about trucks to being passionate about Passport. And maybe you did talk about it more in part, but why has this thing triggered you mentally in these last couple of months?
Well, actually, to tell the truth, in my YouTube, my name may be Big Truck Series Review, but everybody who hears that, they assume automatically I'm a trucker. Most of them think I'm white before I feel like they think I'm a white trucker based on my name alone, but you don't judge a book by its cover. My name has nothing to do with me. In fact, most people pointed out on my channel, I don't review trucks, which is funny. So what I've done with my YouTube is I'm constantly putting up content of various different fields in order to make sure that my YouTube revenue continues to come in at the end of every single month, and it gets higher and higher and higher. And there's a huge monetary incentive. So the thing about it is my YouTube, I use my CPA helps me. I file as a journalist 1099. So for me, YouTube's a side hustle. Now, Passport Bro content has been getting me far more response, far more views, far more feedback, far more money than a lot of the other content that I was doing. So I gravitated towards that while it's hot in the algorithm, because I guess TikTok made it hot. Yeah. And that's why I've been putting together so much information, as much as I can get, in order to basically boost my YouTube up. But I still live this travel lifestyle anyway. I still live it. I've been to like 13 different countries, and I've lived in 3 of them for extended periods of time. So it's like, this is just something I would have done anyway. But now travel vlogging is just a monetary gain. It's just a little bit extra, basically.
No doubt. Let me finish reading these super checks out real quick. Shout out to my man Jim Raider for the $9 super stick. He says, shout out to the brothers on the panel. Petco and PetSmart sound like a plan, and that's a deal, right? Thank you, brother. I appreciate it.
That's a deal, right?
And then also shout out to my man Afro Nation.
That's a deal, right? That's a deal.
He said, salute to Kosha and the esteemed panelists and chat. Keep up the good work. Support Black Male Media. Morpheus, Because you are the one that morph and understand the psychology of what's going on in the world. How did we get here, Dre? How did we get to this critical nexus where black men are denigrated, and all men, not just black men, it's white men too. But how did we get to this current point, the way we're at now, Dre?
Money.
Talk about it.
It was always, think about it, 70% in the United States, and over 70% of all goods and services are purchased by women.
Mm-hmm.
In order to keep taxation going on the level that it needs to be to keep America being the America, at least by way of infrastructure, in order to keep goods and services the way that they're being purchased and keep America a consumer-based country, you have to cater to your market. Who's your market? Women. So to sit back and hear what we men have to say with our little 30% of the market of buying power, or children have to say, they're not listening to the kids, but who has the buying power? Who's the one that whenever they purchase something, there's a tax to it, to that $3,000 person, is a $250 tax on it? Women. So who are they going to cater to? Who are the ones that we don't buy weaves? Weaves wouldn't be existence if it was up to a man, but women will spend billions. We'll spend billions on weaves, spend billions on purse, spend billions on nails. And these are not bad things. What I'm saying is, because women have such economic power, it's not about she got a big mouth, she bossy and all this, I'm a boss chick. No. All they care about is that you go into your purse and you pulling out that dollar and you're spending on a level that a man wouldn't. Even though men make more money because we're more likely to ask for raises, even though men work in STEM and we're more likely to get jobs that pay more, even though men save more than women over a lifetime, women still are looked upon as the economic breath of the American economy. If women stop purchasing, then the U.S. economy is in trouble. And since the government knows that, and the media knows that, they're going to cater to every Beyonce they could find. They're going to make you feel like you it, girl, if you just buy this new $3,000 purse or whatever handbag or the brand new makeup. They're going to always cater to women and their womanhood because it's connected. It has a stronghold to the U.S. economy. And I think a lot of guys realize that. It's really, let's put it like this. The U.S. government and the market of goods and services, they have no horse in this race. They have no dog in this race. So they look at, okay, who do we cater to the most? Women are more likely to show up at the voting polls. Women are more likely, like I said, 70% to purchase this particular item or go to this particular restaurant or ask for this particular service. Women. So why, just on the business side and the political side, why wouldn't they cater to women? Cool, do it. I ain't got no problem with it because I need the U.S. Keep those taxes up and I need that currency to stay strong anyway. But at the end of the day, it's nothing wrong for us to come to the reality as men and say, okay, we're not appreciated. And every television show, a man since the 80s, the man has been the butt of every sitcom joke. Right. That's some research that a lot of guys haven't done. Did you know that over 90% of all butts of sitcom jokes between a man and a woman, the man is the butt of the joke, up to 90% in sitcoms. And since you know all this, and since we know that other countries exist in which this would not dare happen, and they don't have to put their, notice this, they don't have to put their foot on the women's neck for the men to advance or be men, because the women expect us to be men. That's why we're getting our passports and going to other locations, because you cannot beat two things. We're really three. Men in the United States, you will never beat the market. You'll never be able to protest enough about how women treat you. And the market is 70% of what's being purchased in the United States is by women. You'll never win that fight. More women vote in the United States than men do statistically. You'll never be able to get politicians on your side. That's why they'll never change the child support laws for you. They'll never change the divorce laws for you. Alimony is coming your way. They even got it to the point, if you're not the father, and all the woman's got to make up a name. She could look in the phone book and make up a name and put on a birth certificate. And that person in the phone book, that guy in the phone book is going to be paying child support. That's how strong women have a political hold in the United States. And so you don't have a chance. You don't have a chance. Why are you still there trying to battle and you know that you ain't got a chance at bat? That's like somebody going to a baseball game or a football game saying you about to get the winning touchdown, but we're going to put a blindfold on you, or you're going to get the winning home run, but we're going to blindfold you first. You have a very, very slim chance to hit the winning home run or catch the winning touchdown with a blindfold on you. That's how it is to being a man in the United States, and especially a black man.
Hold your tight, Big Truck. I got you, brother. Give me 1 minute. Let me shout out these super chats. Shout out to all the brothers on the panel. Pack, Cohen, Pack, Cycle, Pan. Hold tight. Let me shout out what my man, American Brazilian. Shout out to that brother. Good evening, gentlemen. Yes, PBs will definitely grow, no doubt. I appreciate it, my man, American Brazilian. Thank you, brother, for the love. And Kings and Dreams said, high value conversation. Travel is a must. And I want to expound upon that before I have my man Big Truck back on. Travel, guys, is the antecedent that more or less removes the mirage of the illusion that we currently see here in this negative wasteland. What travel does, it gives you another reality that supersedes the current illusion that there's something greater here in America. Now listen, I love being an American, but when it comes down to what America has more or less become as it relates to morality and behavior, it's not the America that I remember. We know that going abroad, you're not going to find perfect women. Women are women, regardless of where you go. But however, those women need their men and they honor their men. And I want Big Truck when he come on to talk about the power and the brilliance of being around a feminine woman. But what world travel do, world travel is one of the 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become optimized. Once a man go through those 7 steps of male optimization, he will never see the world again. Power, family, faith, finances, female psychology, politics, travel, and male mental and physical health. There are 7 steps that a man must go through in order to become kosher or become optimized. Once he goes through that, he'll never see the world again. Big Truck, how would you like to expound on that? And you can also add to what you were about to say. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, what I was about to say about the money issue, by every single measurement, especially when you're talking about into the near future, by every single measurement, for the most part, these women statistically are preparing to lose. For example, women in general in America hold 2/3 of student loan debt. Mm-hmm. You go to black statistics and they'll tell you that African American women are holding far more debt than black men. Then you look at the other numbers. Black men are more likely right now to be single and childless, and they're more than 51% more than single and childless, for one, which is part of the reason why we haven't gotten caught into the child support system or the court system. That's part of the reason. So that's actually helping us. It's not helping these women, though. Take a look at the student loan issue. They've had to literally pause student loans indefinitely just to make it so that these women can actually keep up on their regular payments. Because as the Federal Reserve has raised interest rates, they would have normally made most of the payments that these women have on these debts unpayable, which is exactly the problem that this country is having with its national debt. At $31.5 trillion worth of national debt, you can barely afford to make your payments based on your gross domestic product. So that's basically, on layman's terms, that's like I have a credit card coming in, and because the interest rates went up, I can no longer afford to make my minimum payments. These women are jealous of us, angry at us, that they can't get the type of us that they want. But when they do talk about who they want, what do they say? They're looking for a man who makes $300,000 a year, who's over 6 feet tall, and has a 12-inch penis. That's what they openly say. Right. You can't make this stuff up. They openly say this stuff. They were saying it to Kevin Samuels. So my thing is, as far as the money issue, then you have the other statistics, and I'm not going to go too deep into those, but now you're talking about even for these women who are waiting till later and later in life to have children. They can't even go to a sperm bank and get reasonable donations because we're not donating. None of us who make money, none of us who are highly intelligent, none of us who are upwardly mobile are wasting our time going to a sperm bank to donate DNA. So I say all that to say this: by every single measure, by every single statistic, when you take the welfare state out of the equation, they're basically losing. Now, what you were saying, love crosses borders, they outvote us because, for the most part, women generally outvote. Like I saw black women outvote black men, Hispanic women outvote Hispanic men. But the reality is, the health of the state is births. The state is always going to be judged on how strong its women are. So I totally understand that. What our problem is that, again, we are wasting so much time dealing with these relationship problems. Meanwhile, these other men in other cultures are able to simply move forward because they're married by the time they're in their early 20s, and they're able to stay married for the most part. And by the time they're retiring, they've got built up wealth. And meanwhile, we're complaining because our kids are starting from zero every single generation. They don't have paid off houses. They don't have financial literacy, which I don't believe can be taught in school. I believe you have to teach that as a family. You have to teach them financial literacy and restraint in spending. That said, to answer your question about flying overseas and experiencing real feminism, it's
Right.
a damn shame that black men would have to go to another type of woman, or
Yes,
would
sir.
have to go
Yes,
to
sir.
another country, or
Right.
would have to go to another nation
Right.
just to experience women that are feminine. But when you think about what's going on in our society, we don't even know what we're supposed to be expecting. In the old days, a woman wouldn't even be marriable unless she was a virgin. Now,
Right. Hold up. Say it one more time for the folks in the back, because what you said right then, Big Truck, is paramount. I knew that, and you know that. But you got chicks now, man, that had a lot of fun, but they didn't deserve for a man to pay all the damn bills, and it's foolish. But expound upon that, because that's a very point that I always talk about, where men have more or less reduced what their worth is, accepting subpar behavior in a market that's getting higher and higher and worse, but they're giving you less for more. I mean, giving you, they want more, but giving you less. That's why I call it hoflation. But talk about that. Hoflation.
right now, these women, these quote unquote modern women, right now, these women literally expect you to accept polyandry. Polyandry is when one woman has multiple male partners.
Right.
What they'll do to you is have children with you, and if they leave you or divorce you or whatever, or if it's this quote unquote open relationship, which is basically nothing more than polyandry, what they'll do is they'll go out and get other men to replace you. And you, because you've made the mistake of having children with them, now you're joined to them, whether you're married or not, because the marriage is in the children now. It's not that ring on your finger. It's not those vows. It's not the certificate. You're joined to these women at the hip by these children now, and they know that. So they think that they can do anything they want. They can break up a household. They can put you out of the household. They can start some nonsense with the courts and get you put out, get you kicked out, this, that, and the other. In the old days, you wouldn't even be marriage quality unless you were chaste. That's just a fact.
Yes, sir.
But we have been forced. Look at what we've been forced to accept. We've been forced to accept women who are literally getting on the internet and cursing us out and saying that you ain't shit, nobody needs you, blah, blah, blah. Go on ahead to your foreign, this, that, and other. They are literally challenging us. They are at war with us on these apps, for one. We just have to accept it. Oh, yeah, well, she can say whatever she wants. There's no other culture, no other country, no other religion that would tolerate this at all. So I just say that. Number two, you're forced to accept single moms. You're forced to accept women who had the hot girl summers, got pregnant, and now they expect you to pay for it. Oh, you can't do that? You're not man enough to accept another man's responsibilities? Well, guess what? Being a stepfather, I call stepfathers cleanup bros. Being a stepfather at this point is like financing another man's orgasm. No, I choose not to do that. I choose not.
Right. I choose not to as well.
I'm not your cleanup bro. I'm not your plan B. You wanted somebody else. You didn't get them, but I'm not here for you to be a plan B. That's not what I'm here for. So the reality is, when a man steps out of this country, he goes to another country and he meets a woman who genuinely shows him respect simply for being a man, who genuinely respects his masculine strength, his masculine energy, who genuinely see they what did they call it? They call it the girlfriend experience.
Yes.
The thing about it is these women, they're not interested in just being girlfriends. These women are interested in the long game. They're interested in marriage because in their countries, marriage is an achievement. Marriage is like a rite of passage for them. Liberal feminism is trying to tear that down. They're trying to say you don't need to be married. You don't need a husband. You don't need a ring on your finger. You don't even need to call yourself a woman. You can dress however you want, no matter how repulsive you are, and the men just have to accept it. Otherwise, they're male chauvinists. Otherwise, they're what is that? What is that? I always lose this word when they say that you're uncomfortable. Not uncomfortable, but it's another one. That
Insecure.
Says, insecure. You're insecure. So they can say all this stuff about us, and they want us to accept them at their worst. They want you to accept sloppy seconds. When you go to these other countries, these women do their best to show you that they're basically showing you that, yes, I'm marriage quality. I'm showing you that I'm worthy of you. And they're trying to prove themselves to you. The last thing I'll say is one of the biggest problems we have in this country, the attitude of the women, the attitude of the men towards the women, the physical health of these women has declined so much. When you saw that video that Filipina P made, that girl is 31 years old.
Wow.
How many 31-year-old women in America look like her? And I've been to the Philippines. The majority of the women look like her. Physically, they carry themselves with a level of respect. They're not walking into the grocery store in their pajamas. They're not walking into everywhere wearing spandex where you can see up in their guts. They're not doing that. But these women carry themselves with some level of respect. And as far as they're concerned, they don't need to show you that level of respect. And you're just supposed to accept them the way, whatever they present, you're supposed to accept it.
No doubt. Shout out to my man, Peace for Life, for that $20 hitter. He says, salute to Coach and the panel. Great show. And Peace for Life, because of your kindness, brother. You are the #1 sponsor of this stream. Guys, go check out Peace for Life. Great content creator, a dear friend of mine, somebody I love and respect. Go check that brother out. I want to ask you a question, Theo. Why are you so passionate? I asked Dre the question, but why are you so passionate about getting men involved in becoming digital nomads? And what have you learned about the journeys and traversing across the globe and coming in contact with true femininity?
The reason I'm passionate about this is because I just have too many friends, I see too many good black men who are treated absolutely like crap. I can't believe how badly they're treated. It is a shame. It is absolutely horrible. And in the 90s, before I left the country, I mean, it was bad, but it wasn't atrocious. And when I came back, again, 2011, I could not believe I was respected in Japan. I was, if I did something wrong, people treat me bad, but I had a level of respect always. And I saw these men just horribly treated, and I was like, no, I'm done. I can't just be quiet while this is going on anymore. I have to tell them that there's another world out there and they can actually go out there. So I was preparing again, during these last 10 years, I've been preparing to go back abroad. I've been thinking about my game plan. So I just thought, well, I'm preparing. Why don't I take you guys along? Like, I can just teach you how to do it. It's not hard. And, I don't have anybody here right now. These other two gentlemen have partners. There's nobody here in my house right now. So I was like, okay, well, I got the time. I know marriage takes a lot of time. I was married before. I'll teach them. I'll show them what they need to do. And I'll bring them abroad. And then, of course, again, when I do go abroad, I show them how wonderful it is. I show them just how amazing it is. Like, once I hit immigration, I'm in the airport and I'm actually past immigration. Mm-hmm. It's party time. Mm-hmm. I change immediately. I have another personality. I am so happy when I board the airplane. Oh boy, I'm ecstatic. I can't believe how happy I am. And then when I land, of course I get right through immigration in the country I'm in. I walk out and the weather, the air, the ambiance, everything, and I'm respected. And I'm not trying to use my money or anything. I'm just treating people well. That's right. I'm just being civil with people, and I get that respect. And I'm like, oh, I'm good. That's it. I'm ready to stay. So again, right now I'm planning on buying a condo in basically the center of or one of the best areas of Sao Paulo. I'm going to put my down payment this December. It'll be $250,000. I'll have it entirely 100% paid off by the end of 2024.
Oh, excellent, brother, excellent.
And I'm going to allow it to the people I know, to the people who are putting the work in. I'm going to allow it to be used as a base of operations for them, so they can go out and meet people and have their fun. I'm not going to really charge them anything. Just charge them for utilities. Why do you have to do that? It's so cheap in Brazil. I don't even care. So there's another area where I'm going to be contributing and allowing men to see what a possibility is. Again, it's about respect. It's about me not being silent anymore while I'm watching these brothers be treated like crap. And I just said, I'm done. I can't do it. I look at the liberals and I was like, more or less how I am. Like, I'm a little bit more of the house slave than the field slave. And I was like, I could be the field slave at any time. I said, I'm done. I'm gonna burn this building down. I'm gonna tell these guys what they can do. I'm done. There's no difference between us. I'm gonna be the same with my brothers out there.
Right.
And that's what I've done. And so far it's yielding great success. I got guys who never thought that they could be successful at all. They could never have an office job. They're working, doing cloud. They're making money.
Yeah, and Dill, we're gonna do a solo show at some point. Big Truck, definitely want to do a solo show with you at some point, and even come on your show and chop it up. But and we're gonna have a live Q&A where the guys can come up, Theo, and ask you questions about world travel and being the digital nomad and how they can get in contact with you and get the records of training that's necessary. Also, when we have the conclave coming up this year, it's gonna also be very prolific, and we'll talk about that as well. Big Truck, you guys did some talking about passports, and we're going to look at your content real quick. Then we'll get back with Dre in a minute. And then Austin's going to be coming up in a few minutes, and we're going to talk about this defamation of character. And I'm going to tell you something, guys. We need to more or less come up with a legal defense fund to start holding these damn hyenas accountable where they disrespect men, defame men, and accost men based on baseless allegations. I think it's time for men to come up with a legal defense fund where we come together and start damn holding these hyenas accountable. But I'm going to play some of Big Truck's content, and we're going to break this thing down. Hold tight.
Passportbros are leftover men that women don't care about, yet we cannot seem to get them out of our mouth. It's like wherever I go, the topic is the Passportbros, whether it is Twitter or YouTube or TikTok or literally even online articles. It's like everybody is talking about the Passportbros, but somehow they are leftover men. Seriously, I call cap. I mean, you're not talking about people that you don't care about. Like, if you literally are apathetic and don't have any feeling towards a person, they're not even in your thoughts.
A short while from now, I'll be doing, or hosting, I should say, emergency Passportbros meeting about the Fox News 26, I guess you could call it an expose of Austin Holloman. I'm not going to really talk about that right now, but one thing I will point out is one of those commentators, mind you, these were two black women. There were no black male Passportbros on there for commentary, which basically points to the fact that you're dealing with shoddy journalism, since if you're going to talk about something, especially a movement, you usually kind of go and get someone who actually represents that movement. Like, for example, if I was going to talk about the current civil unrest in Sri Lanka or Pakistan or Bangladesh, I'm probably not going to have two black women that have nothing to do with it, or even two white women that have nothing to do with it, talking about that civil unrest. usually you try to go and find somebody who, represents those people. But that's, that's what would happen if you had real journalism. I'm not going to harp on that too much right now because I could do that later when I do my emergency passport bro meeting. But one thing that did stand out was one of them said, "Oh, you're not even educating people about how to get a passport." Now, I have made videos, and one of the beautiful things about making videos is their evidence. But I've made videos specifically outlining the visa process, the K-1 visa process, the spousal adjustment process, and I've actually made videos talking about getting.
So, Big Truck, what prompted you to more or less do this video, and why was it so relevant, in your opinion, brother?
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, ask that question one more time.
So I asked you, what prompted you to do the passport video about men getting the passports and all the proper regulations to that said passport?
You want to know? You know what's funny? You know what prompted me to do that? Mm-hmm. On the Austin Holloman response on Fox 26, one of the women said, "Yeah, these men are just getting on there. They're not teaching anything," and that triggered me right there. I was like, "What do you mean I'm not teaching anything? I've made all of these teaching videos about the visa processes, this, that, and other." So I was like, "Oh, okay. You want to play that game? Sure." Well, my next video is going to be about me teaching something.
Makes sense. Makes sense. I came up with a term called passports and pearls. And passports and pearls, basically, is synonymous to theology. In the book of Matthew, it said, "Cast not that pearls to swine." And I'm not calling women swine per se, but we're talking about bad behavior. And passports and pearls is a response to Chucks and Pearls. Chucks and Pearls was like a flex by many celebrating the liberation and women empowerment. And I don't have a problem with that per se. But I came up with passports and pearls because it's time for men to celebrate their liberation and to find quality women. If they can't find their wife here in America that's going to meet their needs and help them meet their mission on earth. Dre, what do you think about the whole thing about this passports and what my man Big Truck was talking about, and the power and the vitality of getting this document that can transform your life? Unmute yourself, brother.
One of the things that we have to come to a conclusion regarding is the fact that we are outliers. Mm-hmm. In other words, we're not the norm. Statistics show 72% of all American citizens, male, female, will live and die within a 50-mile radius of the place in which they were born. Mm-hmm. Just think about how many of you have moved to another state and your family looked at you like you were crazy. Mm-hmm. So just imagine those of us that are male or female that are moving and relocating and building lives and taking advantage of the economic opportunities to buy properties and learn languages and establish ourselves.
And using the American visa, which are in my YouTube video playlists.
Right.
Right. And so I throw out the number
these
200.
People won't understand.
I think
if you ever read the book Plato's Republic, mm-hmm. they made a statement. They were sitting around and they were waiting to go to it's about being in Rome, and they were going to the stadium to see the lions and kill slaves or whatever it was. And while they were waiting around, they were like, "Hey, let's create the perfect world." And so they said, "We're going to put the workers in the darkness, and we're going to put the guardians to guard over the workers, and they're going to have the higher power, so forth and so forth, like the world is structured right now." And this book was written either by Aristotle or Socrates. I forget who wrote it. And it's called Plato's Republic. And in the book, he said, we're going to have the workers working in the darkness, or regular people in darkness, for so long that if they dared walk to the light, they'd scurry back toward the darkness.
Right.
Because they fear the light of knowledge. People in most countries, especially the United States, are scurriers. Mm-hmm. The United States have been programmed and trained by way of propaganda, and I love the United States, I really do. But we all at one point in time were programmed by propaganda to believe that United States was great and all other countries were raggedy, tore up, beat up. There was no infrastructure. There was no, you couldn't buy what you want to buy in other countries. No food, no nothing. I was in one of the major department stores with my wife a couple years ago, and I mentioned to her, I said, you do know that people in the United States still think y'all in jungles. And she was like, what? I said, yeah, they still think Colombia is jungles. As we're walking through this major department store with all the same products that you will buy in a Lowe's, IKEA, or Home Depot in the States. The same type of store, same products. So it just goes to show you that for the most part in the United States, nobody's going to do anything. We're outliers. It's our job to be there for those that do want to get their passports, that do want a new economic opportunity, such as Theo and other guys are showing, that do want to know what it's like. Okay, I'm beyond the passport. How do I get visas? Just like Trucker was just talking about, teaching on the next level. And these guys are talking about as far as languages are concerned. It's going to be amazing in 10 years to sit back and be on these forums and see all the men talking in different languages other than English. English is not going to be the norm on a lot of forums in the next 5 to 10 years. There are going to be so many of us that know so many different languages and have taught it to each other. And the average American, once again, that 72% that never leave the 50-mile radius of where they were born, they're not leaving. There'll always be women. There'll always be enough men in the United States to simp their life away with the women in the United States. While the women are complaining, I don't know why, because 72% of men are leaving. Statistically, I got another one for you before I stop. Statistically, 87% of all black men still marry women in the black women in the United States. 9% marry white women. Guys like me that marry a Latin woman, 3%. And 1% to others like Asians. You'd swear that it wasn't 87% when black men decided to marry. You swear the way black women talk is like y'all only married 30% of us and y'all marrying 70% of white women.
But hold on. The thing about that statistic, I'm sorry, but the problem you got to remember about that statistic is they're talking about out of the number of marriages, 51% of black males are not married and are single.
Absolutely
and childless.
Correct.
So the problem is we're talking about like 49% of black men, and those dudes are getting married, but the whole 51% that aren't, they're looking at them and they're like, well, why aren't you married? And who are you going after? And now we're going behind them and saying, get your passport. Don't deal with the women here. Go get something better from another country. Because keep in mind, these black women have said it numerous times. They don't have a problem with you getting their passports. In fact, some of them are saying that a stipulation to dating them is for you to have your passport. But in their mind, you're going to be paying for them to be on that plane with you to go overseas on vacation. But we know that's not how it works.
Right.
When we get on that plane, when I know when I get on the plane, they ain't with me. When I'm on that plane in business class at 35,000 feet sipping champagne on Emirates, they ain't with me. And that's why they're angry. It's about controlling your resources.
Right.
If you have a house, I should be able to move into that house.
Right.
If you have a passport, you're supposed to take me on my dream vacation. I'm getting ready to go to Bora Bora. I've already done Seychelles. I've already done Maldives. These women dream of going to the places I've already been. And they weren't with me. That's what makes them mad. And then we're basically throwing it in their face, whether we're intending it or not. Here you are posting photos, and you're in another foreign country, and you got a beautiful woman next to you. And I'll pass the mic, but what you said about speaking different languages, yeah, if I wanted to, the next time I go to China, if they ever open up again, I could go to one of those marketplaces. I could do videos about buying stuff in China. But I'll tell you this, it blew my mind when I heard Austin Holloman and Brazil Yesh speaking Portuguese. Now, I know there's black men out there who speak Portuguese, but when I saw them doing it attached to this movement, that blew my mind. I was like, wow, these dudes speak Portuguese. And then the black women who were watching these videos Oh yeah, well he doesn't sound fluent enough. I'm like, are you kidding? Really? You can't win for losing.
Can't win for losing. And Dre, hold your point. I'm gonna let you finish cooking. Shout out to my man Charles Curry for the 5. He said this positive engagement. Brother said, what if they see the light, they will scurry back into the darkness. My God, geez. And then also shout out to my man, Mr. Charles. He said, get the likes up and thanks for the amazing content. And in this segue, as I let Dre continue to expound, I'm going to talk about this, guys. Big Truck says something very profound, and also Dre as well, and also Theo. I came up with an acronym because I am the coach and clinician called RATS. And the RATS basically means this. Many women in the West want you to be their rat. A rat is really, it's a lowest common denominator in many areas except India. But a rat is really a rodent. He's a unnecessary evil, or a necessary evil in this case. But the acronym RAT stands for, they want your resources, they want your attention, they want time, and they want security and settlement for sex that they gave to Raekwon and Madman for free. And this more or less can add to the pathology, guys, that we're seeing in this visceral attack on Brother Austin Holloman. Dre, what do you think about everything that I said? And get back to your point, and then I'm going to bring up the clip about Austin, and Brother Austin going to be on in a few minutes. But go ahead, Dre.
You're absolutely correct in regards to that's how they look at you men. I said it, you men. I'm not there anymore. So I'm not going to actually pretend like my mindset is there in the United States. They look at, I want men in the United States to realize this is exactly how they look at you, as a rat. They look at you for your resources. They look at you for your attention. They want your time, whether they're going to use it wisely or waste your time, whether they say 30% of all dates women actually go on just for the meal. They do it on purpose. No matter what restaurant you take them to, 30% of the time that you've taken a woman out, there's a percentage of the women that only went out with you just because they wanted a hot meal and didn't feel like cooking.
Right.
And like you just said, when it comes to security, whether it be financial security, spiritual security, physical security, or whether it be sexual security, they want that from you. But at the end of the day, to them, you're nothing but a rat. And at the end of the day, you're going to have to come to reality. Am I going to be a man or a mouse about this? And that's what Coach is just saying. Am I going to be a rat? Just
right.
Just attention.
Right. I love that.
Time,
right.
Just security, or I'm going to be a man. And this is the last thing I want to say. Those in the comment section, prove us wrong. Don't be like the ladies just chopping off at the mouth. I wish there were more men that were, you know how there are some people that say, I'm going to go prove the Bible is not true. And they go out and say, I'm going to do these studies and find out there was no such thing as a David and so forth and so forth. Then they do the homework and they come back from talking to the archaeologists and they find out, okay, most of the stuff I see in there, it is true.
It's true.
Do that with us. See if we're lying. Get a passport. Relocate to some of these locations, build yourself up economically online, and see if we're lying, if you don't have a better life than you were just inside the United States. One thing that I've learned, and maybe these men can attest to, I found America more outside of America than I did in the United States. I'll say that again. The America that they promised me when I was a child growing up, that American dream, that white picket fence, that life of opportunity, that life of peace and no pressure, and a good woman on my side and building a family, if I wanted to, I could get the dog and a half a cat. I found that American dream outside of America, even though I love America. Right. That's the saddest part of all. When I sit back and I see the success that these men are having and other men can have, but you're so afraid to do it because nobody else in your family did it, or your uncle only did it because he was in the military. You go out and do it. You be the first one. I'm the first one. Like I said, I'm spreading the last name of Spence all across this world like Jiffy peanut butter. Everybody's gonna know the last name of Spencer, and not just be me, live on the planet, die, and I end up in somebody's photo album. And the only time they remember Uncle Spence is when they open up a photo album every 10, 15 years, and I just so happen to be in a family picture. Oh no, not this Spence. They're going to remember this name. And so you should have that attitude when it comes to your opportunity. It is not a coincidence that you're watching Culture Condition right now. It's not a coincidence that Tucker is here. It's not a coincidence that Theo is here. And you're seeing all the knowledge that these adult men have to share with you. Take advantage of it. Get your passports and use your passports. Lastly, I like to say is this. I just read an article. We're hearing on TikTok and we're hearing on Instagram and YouTube, black women say, well, if you get your passports, then leave. Just go leave. Cool. I just read an article on when men in India are doing that right now. These men are literally not saying nothing and leaving. Do you know the women went to the government to fight, saying these men are abandoning us, and they had to pass a law to where some of the men, over 500 so far, had to go back home to India because the women couldn't run the city, the country, or the households without the men that they told leave. The men weren't. The men weren't saying anything. They would just literally say, baby, I'm going out for some groceries, just like they used to say, I'm going out for a pack of cigarettes. These men in India are literally walking out with one-way tickets and not telling the women anything. And these women are actually standing in front of immigration. They got photos of it where women are standing in front of the immigration office in certain cities in India and protesting men going their own way. So when women sit back and say, oh, y'all can go, okay, there's a country that's doing that. And them ladies aren't liking having to run a whole country and a whole family by themselves.
Very true. Shout out to my man Vaughn James for that $5 super sticker. And we're going to see how and why rent psychology is so important and the animus towards Brother Alston and so many men in the West, consistent with what my man Big Truck is saying. But before we talk about this and bring this video up, I'm going to ask you guys this question, because the civil rights movement was a celebration of being oppressed. The women's rights movement was a celebration of being oppressed. Should black men celebrate and flex, or should they not flex? Starting with my man Big Truck, then Theo, and then Dre. And then we're going to bring the video up.
Are you saying should we not celebrate? I'm sorry, say that again.
Should we celebrate? Because many men, American men in general, but specifically black men, have been oppressed. Is it wrong for men to celebrate? Should we do it in silence? Or should we celebrate and flex as we pontificate or more or less begin to explore our freedom?
I personally believe, what was the saying? The saying is, buried deep within the human consciousness is a desire for conflict. Well, I think honestly, buried deep inside the black male consciousness, there's a desire to tear this entire place down, and this place abused us. Let's just be simple. I personally believe somewhere buried in the black male psyche, there's a desire to cut Master's throat. The problem is you're never going to get that chance because he don't exist no more.
Right.
But what does exist is the fact that you're still classified by your skin color. And it's just that simple. When I say we're suffering from enemy and grief and a feeling of misbelonging, I just want to keep in mind, it's not just us. It's white males too.
Yes, it's white men too.
That's part of the reason why you're seeing so many of these white males. Shooters are getting younger and younger and younger. So what is it? A sixth grader just shot his teacher or something like that. And the thing about it is these males, they're growing up in a way where single mama households, their parents, if they are lucky enough to have both parents, their parents don't know what to do with them. They don't know how to raise them. They're facing a society that's basically saying, you know what, you're not special. You know, you're just, you know, it's a number of things I could go deep into. I'm not going to do that right now. I'll be brief. But the bottom line is, it's like we're celebrating being happy. My thing is, take a look in a black man's photo album. Take a look at a black man's driver's license. Most of the time, black men ain't smiling. They're not smiling.
That's true.
Take a look at a black man in these videos and these pictures when they're overseas in another country and they're with some beautiful young woman, or even when they're with somebody that makes them happy, and you start seeing those teeth come out and you start seeing those smiles. you're asking me whether or not we should be celebrating. My thing is, why shouldn't we be celebrating? Why
Yes,
shouldn't
sir.
we be smiling in
Right.
photos
Right.
with these beautiful women next to us?
Yes, sir.
Do you want me to not smile and not scream? How about I feel like if everybody else can get a rainbow flag or a certain color flag to tell the whole world, hey, guess what? Look at me. I'm coming out. Look at me, everybody. Look at me. So wait. You're telling me that I have to oppress myself and hide my frustrations. You're telling me I have to oppress myself and hide my depression. Why can't I come out smiling and say, hey, guess what? I'm in Brazil and I got this pretty young chick and I'm thinking about marrying her and she's half my age and I'm smiling in all my photos. Black men don't smile. And there's a reason for that. Because you've been literally taught to oppress yourself. So my thing is, when I come out and if I want to tell the whole play, you know what I do? You probably, if you watch my videos, I scream about the fact that I have an 850 credit score. I scream about the fact that I own multiple houses. I scream about the fact that I drive nice cars. I scream about the fact that I'm on the plane 35,000 feet Emirates taking showers with a glass of wine in my hand. Why can't I do that? If you can come out with your rainbow flag, you can come out with your nose ring and this, that, and other, tell everybody what you are. Why should I oppress myself?
I totally agree. Shout out to my man Charles Mayo for that $5 super sticker. We ain't going nowhere. They push back, we push harder. And we're going to push harder, guys, because we got the young bull in the house. The young bull has been under attack. And we're going to stand in unison. And one of that, when it comes down to damn standing in unison, we need to come up with a legal defense fund. We probably need to go live and file a petition against this woman that defamed this young man's character. I understand what some people mean by this letting things fly by. And in theory, I agree with that. But we can't let folks defame our name. And Austin, you talked about demanding an apology. And we're going to talk about that in a minute. Before we get to Austin, Theo, what did you get from what my man said and then also Dre? And then we're going to let Austin bring it home.
I totally agree. As you notice, I normally smile, right? I always have a smile on my face. That's because I lived abroad. I mean, just straight out, I lived abroad for so many years. I lived abroad over 20 years. And I'm always happy because of that. If I didn't do that, if it were only America or I weren't preparing to leave again as I am right now, I'd be miserable. Are you kidding me? I'd be so miserable in this country because, I mean, it's just the history of slavery, all the other stuff that goes along. It's just horrible. But abroad, they didn't care. I was just an American. That's all they ever saw about me. And so you get to have your achievements. You get to, again, I was working in Japan. They didn't care I was black. Not in the office. They're just like, you're an American. You're a technology specialist. We expect you to be good. And that was it. I was like, that's the expectation? Cool. I'm down with that. I'm going to keep on pursuing it. And to some people out there, just real quick, again, our esteemed guest Austin is here. So again, love your work, man. I want you to go ahead and have the floor to speak. Those guys out there who say that we don't speak language and stuff like that, you know, my friend here, Big Truck, he's fluent in Chinese. I'm fluent in Japanese. Okay, so here's a book that I use. This is, you guys can't read it. This is stuff that I use for work. Here's another one. Kubernetes and DevOps. This is, again, I can read it. This entire book through here. It's all in Japanese.
Japanese, no doubt.
All right? I don't have to read it in English. I started my entire career. I'll say it again. 日本語で何でもできる。英語が全然必要じゃない。これは一般人の言語だよ。私は自由日本語で。ですから、私は本当に戻りたい。アメリカ人の女性はね、自由に、クソしてくれてよ。So there. See again? I can straight out do everything in Japanese. I don't need English. Straight out. I can do that in French and Russian also. I can move over to those languages. So I'm gonna say, for people say that we don't do the language, we do. In fact, we're good at it. And when I was in Japan, they always said, for foreigners, the white guys are okay with Japanese. The black guys can amazingly speak it. And we're really happy with them that they all speak and read Japanese. that was respect because the black guys did work. All right, so
no doubt. Give me 1 minute, Dre. But I want the young bull to say, damn it, young bull. I want you to say in Portuguese that I want a damn apology, man. But before you say it, shout out to my man Condura for that $10 super sticker. That's a deal, right?
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
But I want you to say it in Portuguese, Austin. I want an apology.
Eu quero Stephanie fala desculpe.
No, speaking of fluent Portuguese, man. But you know what, Dre, hold your point because Dre is a scholar. But actually, I'm going to let Dre talk, and then I'm going to bring Austin on. Then we're going to let Austin break it down. Should we be flexing, man? Should the American man flex based on the mistreatment that that's been given to him here in America?
There was a time, I think with this scenario that's happened with Austin, Passport Bros, and so forth over the last week or so, I was like, let's just focus on what we need to focus on. I was always focused on the economics, the business side of all what we're accomplishing, the goals of what we're accomplishing. But after this week, I learned this: flex your ass off, black man.
Damn right.
Put your foot on their throat
and
flex. I got these teeth so I can smile like a mother. I realized one of the reasons I didn't get my teeth done in the States because I ain't had no reason to smile. That's why for 50 years my teeth weren't divorced, but they were separated. And so now, at the end of the day, I got a beautiful teeth because I got a lot of reasons to smile. And so do you. And just like the brother said, if they can get a rainbow flag and wave it in our faces, and everybody else can get tattoos and express themselves all over their face and everything, and other people can sit back and make the woman of a year out of a man who used to be an Olympic runner.
Damn right.
Who are they to tell us that we can't smile and our smile and our accomplishments and our goals can't flex? Just like the brother just showcased, knowing different languages, flex that, brother. Knowing how to read different languages, flex that, brother. So it is with Austin. So it is with all of us. Man, you flex, you brag. We rarely have bragging rights throughout the history of being black men. And you think I'm going to let this window of time go by and we not flexing and showcasing all that we're accomplishing? I'm not op flex, brothers. Show them, show it off. Show other men. That's what Austin is doing, showing other young men, and we're showing other men on different scales and different ages that you can have this too. But if we keep it quiet, these men won't even know that we're existing. So now,
excellent point. Excellent point.
The best thing that's happening right now on every news line, on every news platform, somehow, some way, somebody's talking about the Passport Bros. Somebody's talking about Austin. Somebody's talking about Ace Live. Somebody's talking about Kosha. Somebody's talking about Love Crossing Borders. Somebody's talking about Big Trucks. Somebody's talking about Theo. Somebody's talking about us now. It's not just talking about Kevin. Because Kevin tried to keep us all in the States and kumbaya. Love Kevin, rest in peace. But now, like I always say, ladies, your armor bearer is gone. The dude that was standing guard all those years with the shield and trying to make sure black men stayed in the States and stayed with the race, he gone.
He's gone.
And ain't nobody else going to take his place. Austin ain't trying to keep you in the States and keep black men taking. No, we ain't teaching them nothing. I ain't teaching nobody nothing. All I'm going to do is teach black men to continue to flex. Do not be ashamed. Do not be embarrassed. Don't let a woman in the States try to tell you about what you're accomplishing. They don't have passports to go to places that we do. In other words, from our perspective, because they never want to talk about it from their perspective. They will go to another country and flex in our face. Look at what I got. I'm in Portugal. But when we do it, it's a problem. Men flex. Let other men know they have the opportunity before they leave this planet to accomplish some amazing things. And like I said, you will find your America once you leave America.
Right. I totally agree. Brother Austin.
What makes you think that North America was America that we were supposed to be free in anyway?
Right. No doubt. I totally agree, Dre. Brother Austin, you're the man of the hour. You're becoming a legend in infamy. But Brother Austin, let's talk about this thing, man. And Dre, I talked about, and Theo and Big Truck, I want you guys to get some expounding out the Austin talk. But I think we should come up with a legal defense fund for all Passport brothers, and specifically young Austin. Austin, what is your take on coming up with a a legal defense fund because you were clearly defamed. Some say, well, you said too much, but listen, you didn't do nothing illegal. You didn't do nothing wrong per se. Maybe you did too much of a thing, but you didn't do nothing illegal or wrong. What do you think about a legal defense team and a legal defense fund?
It would definitely be a preventative from this ever happening again in the future. You know, just like how she's trying to make an example out of me, I think she should be made an example of as well.
Right. I totally agree. Go ahead, Austin. Go ahead.
It's only realistic because everything she's coming up with is false. Just like the whole trafficking thing, like that's when you blow things out of proportion, you always lose. Right.
And it's definitely a mischaracter. Justice. Shout out to my man, Just Bobo Woman for the 2. I appreciate it. I'm all about living your best life. And then also shout out to my man, Passport OG. Great job holding poise and Fox, no doubt. How's your mental health been, Awesome, from this mental warfare that you've been going through and this defamation of character? How have you been coping, man? And I'm honored that you're coming on these channels, man, to have these conversations, man, because you're shaming the devil, and you're very resilient, and your stoic personality is excellent for this current excursion that we're dealing with.
I'm doing a lot better than I think that most people would take it. But believe it or not, man, sometimes not anymore. But the first couple of days when I wake up in the morning, when I was here, because I see everything I talk about, I'll see it when I wake up. And it would stress me out a lot the first 10, 15 minutes of the day, kind of the point where my chest would hurt a little bit. So that's not happening anymore, though.
We're gonna bring up this thing, Austin. You and I talked about it a little bit last time he was on my show, and we're gonna look at these hyenas trying to shame you and defame you. Hold tight. Let me see if I can find this video file real quick. Actually, here you go. Hold tight.
Factor Uncensored. Is sex in your travel itinerary? It's one of the travel goals for a community called the Passportbros, meaning brothers. It's a traveling community of upwardly mobile black men. Some are accused of going around the world searching for a more traditional and submissive wife. But is it all about sex and just a girlfriend for hire and then return home to humiliate black women in America? That's the controversy that we're dealing with. One of its members, Austin Holman, is apologizing for comments that he made about Brazilian women. Take a listen.
What I meant by when I said that Brazilian women are easy, and I shouldn't use the word easy. I know that now. I'm sorry. But what I'm saying is, for a man that's well-mannered, well-dressed, that has put in the effort to raise himself, he will have an easier time in Brazil as opposed to where I was from. That wasn't always the case.
Both American and women around the world are speaking out against the Passport Bros, arguing these guys are using their status to take advantage of women and even calling it a form of sex tourism and sex trafficking. Let's talk about it. Communications specialist Priscilla Pack and Rochelle Gemini.
Now look at the BS. This same woman, this hyena, she's promoting sex tourism here in America, if you want to agree with that. Because, Dre, is it safe to say in Big Truck and Theo and also Austin, that OnlyFans is a form of prostitution in America, starting with Austin?
Absolutely. America has the most prostitutes on paper, I would say. They're hiding in plain sight with their prostitution, just like their first date requirements and their six-figure requirements. They're the biggest prostitutes. They got more prostitutes here than anywhere else.
I'm sorry, Austin. They don't want you to call it prostitution. They want you to call it sex work.
Yeah, prostitute.
They want to change the language, and then they want to make it seem as if we're supposed to accept it. Just like Mia Khalifa, perfect example. She thinks that after doing all that porn that the rest of the world's supposed to take her seriously. We're just supposed to accept it. She's supposed to just get a regular job. And I'm like, listen, ladies, it doesn't work that way. I'm sorry. It doesn't work that way.
And the thing I don't understand, once again, as I asked Dre the question earlier, if somebody's selling a product and it's legal in their country, how the hell is it an issue? It just doesn't make any sense to me. But yet the woman that's accusing this young man and brothers that got passports and these goofballs that damn and castigate all passport bros as sex tourists. Dre is married with a beautiful wife. Theo is an intellectual man. Big Truck got a wife. He's a passport bro. But they encapsulate, which is the thinking era called overgeneralization. And some of these other cats, they get scared and, I don't want to associate with passport bros because they're over there damn tricking. But your ass don't say nothing to women when these women go damn travel abroad. When these white guys, and shout out to the white brothers, been damn doing it for years. When the LGBTQIA MOUSE damn go to Brazil to damn deal with men, nobody don't say a damn thing. But when they come down to men traveling, then women, black men, we gotta be scared. Oh, they're over there tricking. And you got all these damn goofballs damn coming up, trying to cause chaos and trying to damn shame men into don't being men. We don't have a voice. We've been damn under oppression and tyranny since the 18 to 17, 1600s. And every time a black man get ready to live his life and live his life under the tenets of self-determination, it's a damn problem. But you got these hypocrites like this woman damn sitting on the panel, but she got a damn OnlyFans account. And what it is, guys, once again, I told you guys before in the past, y'all know what it is. It's a byproduct of what I talked about in the past, but it's a byproduct of rat psychology. They want your resources, they want your attention, they want your time, and they want security and settlement for sex that they gave Raekwon the Man for free. They want you guys to be a rat. As you guys know, they got white rats in that Ferris wheel. They got black rats. They got brown rats. They got all kinds of colored rats. The white rats are catching hell here in America. Black rats are catching hell. Brown rats are catching hell. All these damn rats are catching hell because they don't have no freedom. They don't want you to be free. They don't want you to have power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. Consistent with psychoanalytic theorist Dr. William Glasser that more or less posited something that was paramount called choice theory, which in essence turned to reality therapy. And the reality is this: we're going to come together as a band of damn men. Jezebel ain't going to make us go back and cower and hide. We're going to have the spirit of Jehu, and we're going to stand firm and strong. We're going to stand firm with this young buck. We're going to come together, put our damn money together, and get a legal defense team. And anytime any of our damn brothers get attacked, they're going to catch hell just like they catch hell when they mess with the Jews. It's time for black men to start standing together, stop being damn cowards, running away with their tail between their damn legs. Because I've been attacked. That's why I stood with Austin Holloman. Because I can look through the damn details without being in my feelings, like some of these dudes are. I stood with the young buck because I know the young buck was attacked. I'm not saying that he didn't maybe make a gaffe. Maybe he should have piped down a little bit. But by and large, he didn't do nothing illegal. And he didn't damn do nothing morally wrong. He didn't do none of that. And even the content that people are saying that he did too much of, you got other people doing the same thing, which is an issue in my mind. What's your take on that, Austin, based on what I've said, brother?
I mean, I would agree. It's well, first of all, I appreciate you being there and everybody else that's
no doubt
been there so far, because there are a lot of people that have chosen to shape themselves. I don't even think it's that deep. I mean, maybe if I continue to do the same thing, which obviously if you've been watching my content, it's not the same. I mean, some of the things have to still be there, but I'm sorry, what was the last part? I wanted to touch on the last part you said. What was the last part you said?
I don't know, man. I'm saying so much, man. I was
trying to pay attention because you were saying a lot of points.
Right. Dre, yeah, bring it home, man. I ain't young as I used to be. Go ahead, Dre.
I was actually listening to what you said, but basically what you were saying is, how does Austin feel about these individual attacks and basically those guys, like you were saying, Austin, that differentiate themselves away from you? I mean, do you feel like, hey, okay, I did a little something wrong, or so forth and so forth, but it wasn't worth all what these guys are cracked up to be? But and I'm going to let Austin continue to speak in regards to this, because at the end of the day, Austin, you really did need the bushes to be shaped. You really did. started climbing up your tree, and everybody was acting like there was a strong apple that was going to be holding on. Sometimes in life, we need our bushes shook and to shake away those leaves that are weak, so those strong leaves can continue to blossom, and that real fruit can continue to grow. So this moment in time, sometimes it needs to be happen to see who's on your team and who's real and who's fake. And that's what's going on with the Passport Bros. There's a lot of dudes that say, I'm different. Okay, cool. You must be Passport Bro? Okay, got you. Understood. But don't come running back over here talk about I was always down for Austin. That's my dude, right?
Right,
don't do
right.
that. Just be who you are.
Be who the hell you are, right? No doubt. Shout out to my man Drew for that 5. Shout out to Austin, and then also shout out to my man Curly Marshall. Curly Marshall said we need to start protecting our image because these hypocrites are looking for anything. Stay strong and stick to your guns. Let's get back to this breakdown of this dude, this clown, in my opinion, about Brother Austin.
Both are here on The Factor Uncensored. We were supposed to do this last week. We're doing it this week. You have done a lot of research. When you think about and what you've heard about Passport Bros, your opinion on this so-called group.
Let me tell you, they weren't even on my radar. You brought it up to me, and then I saw it, and I was just like, oh, that's cute. Guys go and get their passports. My son just got his passport last week. He's 9, so that's cool. Passport Brothers, that's what's up. Then I started doing the research, and I'm like, wait a minute, because I grew up, with 2-parent household. My parents still happily married. I grew up in love. Some people grew up in survival mode, and maybe they just in a whole nother dimension of trying to find love or trying to find easy situations and everything. But at the same time, it was like, why do you have to put down the thing that you don't like in front of everybody just to get the thing that you do want? I don't care.
That being black women in America, putting them down for women who may be of color in another country.
Right, that want to be a little more
also submissive to them.
Exactly.
But also paid prostitution in many cases.
And that's what they covering up. And you can tell that by the way that, what's his name, Austin? Was talking, because I saw the other videos of him going like, hey, you would have sexual intercourse with me tonight, right? And she's saying, yes. They about to really get a lick on him. That's what's really about to happen. Because I also saw some of the women from overseas saying, yeah, we're just trying to get a lick. They also came out saying, we know these Passport Bros. They not new.
So essentially, they're chumps themselves.
Yes.
They're simply Johns on the streets of America.
They might be some that might be actually looking for love that can't find it maybe in America. But you didn't let some rotten apples into y'all group, and y'all need to call the ones out that's not doing it correctly. Because baby, we not just in America. You can claim wherever you want to be anytime. I don't care. Get a passport. Go find your love. But at the same time, don't put down us just because you feel like you've had some rejection. Deal with rejection. Heal. Go do your thing. We don't care.
And of course, we're not talking about all individuals who may travel out of the country. But Priscilla, for those who may be taking advantage of women out there and then trying to humiliate black women in America, your thoughts about that?
I think it's really, really sad. Like,
what the heck? Like, how else? That was horrible.
Yeah, it was horrible. You guys remember, ain't nothing going on but the rent. You got to have a JOB if you want to be with me. You can't be I don't want no scrub. A scrub can't get no love from me. You remember that, don't you, Dre?
Yes, I do.
And so we all remember those.
Side of his best friend's ride.
Right. We all remember that. But once again, guys, when Kamala Harris got the presidency, the women were celebrating chucks and pearls. And I ain't mad at them. They got the right to celebrate because they feel like they've been oppressed. But when black men begin to flex and celebrate, you know what, you're going to put black women down. And I heard this young man say several times, he did not say a damn thing about black women. He said American women. And I know he did it intentionally because he knew the backlash that was going to come. But you can say American women, you can say women of the diaspora, whatever, and they're going to always try to find a reason, a damn justification to more or less trying to sell or assassinate a person's character. I stand firm on this. I'm married to a black woman, not that it damn matter, because if I want to marry a white woman or any damn race of woman, I do what I want to do. See, I'm a man. See, I'm not a simp server. I do what the hell I want to do when I want to do it. I don't have to ask no damn black community who I want to marry. If I want to marry an orange woman, I marry a damn orange woman. And I wish the hell somebody would say something to me about it. You'll get your feelings hurt. But black men gotta always damn qualify to a system that never really gave a damn about them and don't give a damn about them. But we gotta always drag out knuckles. Well, I got a black wife. Like that damn matters. But when it came down to this last damn inauguration with Chucks and Pearls, they did not vote for policies that were beneficial to black men and black boys. They voted for politicians that oppress black men and black boys. But then all of a sudden, when black men begin to live their lives and say, damn, it's time, enough is enough. And when they tell the American woman of the West to the damn left, to the left, then they got a damn problem with it. And that's why I'm so passionate about this, man. Because back in 2009, before I became a therapist, I've been advocating for men since I was 26. I said I had to do this, man, because like I said, I've been attacked. Because we live in a world where men can't be masculine anymore. Anything synonymous with masculinity is under a damn negative umbrella. And you don't want these men to have a voice and have freedom and to live their lives on their own terms, consistent with Dr. William Glasser, with power, fun, freedom, belonging, and survival. The war cry and the template I always use for many times in my show. What's your take on that, Big Truck? And then with Theo and then back to Dre. You there, Big Truck?
Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I hear you. What was it? Repeat the question.
I'll answer. I'll answer on that one.
No, I'm sorry. Repeat that question. I'm sorry. I couldn't hear.
It was huge. Let me just go ahead and answer on that one. Mm-hmm. Look, I'm still stunned. So for so long, we haven't had a voice. We haven't had somebody speaking for us. And somebody goes on, like our representative is a single mother OnlyFans model.
Yeah.
Are you serious? I keep on asking it in the chat. You've got to be insane. She's going to speak for me? No. No.
Oh, okay. I see what it is.
You are not a part of me. And I remember that Scrub song. I remember what they were saying in the 90s. I remember that's as a black man, that is ingrained in my head. Even I was in Japan, I was hearing that song. I knew what was going on. I was like, I don't want anything to do with this. And then them to turn around and say that we're paying for something after all the work we put in, after the cultural integration, we learned the language, we actually know how to communicate, how to interact in the laws. We have all those kind of we've done all that success, and then the they go to this kind of person to represent us? No. That's some BS. I can't believe that. I am ticked. I can't believe they did. So, no wonder we leave. I mean, come on, you're just like giving us another reason.
Right, yes, sir. She's proven why we're leaving. This kind of behavior is pushing the conversation. And that's why, Dre, we need to talk in silence. We need to talk with Theo, talk with Austin, talk with all the brothers, and we need to come up with a damn legal defense team, start coming up with funding to continue to protect the image of these brothers, man.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Big Truck. Go ahead.
On Austin's handling of that interview, I have to say I'm very, very impressed with how you handled it.
You did an excellent job, yes.
Especially the part where you pulled right out and said, yeah, but these women have been doing it for years, and they've been doing the exact same thing, but nobody talks about it. See, one thing I learned from Governor Jesse Ventura, I liked listening to him speak. He said in the SEALs they were taught if they're ever captured, you never admit anything, and you always make counter accusations. And that's one of the playbook of the Republican Party for the most part. Now, the reality is they had an agenda to paint Passport Bros as like traffickers. And I don't use that term anymore, traffickers. I call them transport bros. But that said, in addition to that, they wanted to paint you as a predator and this, that, and the other. And the problem is they had an agenda. They bring on 2 black women to talk about Passport Bros. That's like bringing on women from My 600-Pound Life on TLC to be fitness experts and to talk about fitness and gym activities. It's like what the news media does now is they operate in rumor, conjecture, and lies. Now, based on this, everybody took Holloman's video and they ran away with it. They're saying, I got people on my channel, oh, your boy has been run out of Brazil. Is this your king? And they're coming on there with that nonsense. And I'm like, he wasn't run out of nowhere. The government didn't come after him. It was just like one LGBT feminist. Right. And the problem is they are so desperate to see you fail that they'll grab onto anything. at this point. So no, I was totally disappointed by that first Fox clip. I was a little bit. I felt a lot better, especially the way Austin handled the actual interview. He did it with a mastery that most of these politicians don't handle these interviews.
I
I
agree.
gotta say,
I agree.
I was amazed that you will shoot. You've got to think faster than them. You got to speak faster than them, and I'm actually amazed that you were able to do that. I'm really glad you pulled it out. One thing I just have to say, did you take out a lease for that Brazilian apartment or whatever it was, and are you going back?
Yeah, I was on a 1-year lease, but my landlord knew about everything, and she actually told me that I could get out of it without having to pay.
That sounds good.
Yeah,
that sounds good. So under those auspices, are you planning on going back to Brazil after Thailand, or are you planning on going somewhere else?
No, I'm gonna be in Asia for at least the next 2 months, going around
Sounds good.
different cities, different countries.
I'm sorry. Just to clear this up, were you planning to leave Brazil to go to Peru? Were you doing that because of the passport hop, because you couldn't stay there longer than 30 days or something like that? Because I've heard all types of crazy shit about this, and I just want to clear up a couple of those questions right now.
I was going to Peru because that was on my travel list for the year.
Okay.
I still had another 2 months. I think I had until like the end of February to get my and I could have got my residential visa. I was just procrastinating. Another reason why it's good that I'm not in Brazil, because I can focus on my content and focus on what I need to get done. I was procrastinating something as small as getting my residency visa when I had everything to get it. But no, Peru was not a border hop or whatever they're trying to say. They're making up anything at this point.
No, they're going crazy. They're going crazy.
Yeah.
I was listening to Peso Man's channel. He's got these women. They're saying all this stuff, and I was like, wait a minute. Half that doesn't even sound like it makes any sense. One thing I gotta say is over there in Thailand, they don't even have full access to YouTube that we have access to. So for the most part, most of them will never know anything about this situation. So my thing is, going forward, are you going to change the way you do videos and stuff, or are you going to make any like changes as to how you do it, or are you going to do your content the same way?
So it's kind of like what you're seeing now. Me promoting travel content and actually live, because people have been telling me in the comments like show more Brazil, show what it's like living there. But then I would always say, no, that's not what y'all want to see, because when I post those videos, they only get 2,000 views.
Right.
But the women get 70, 80, 150,000 views. So I wasn't believing it at the moment. But I don't know why it took a tragedy for me to realize, I can do both, like everybody else, like Zoom in Thailand has been doing for a while. Like, take the same woman, but just take her to the grocery store and have her pick out the groceries on video. The same thing. And that's what my content is going to be now. I'm going to be with the same. Now that I realize that they're trying to hit me with all this. Actually, I don't care. Never mind. But I'm going to be more consistent with one woman, per area. And I think that's coming. I think that's me giving in to the whole, they're trying to hit you for sex tourism thing, but I'm going to keep testing it out, see how it works. But from now on.
One thing I'd like to point out, in Tasha TKO's, when she talked about this, and she talked directly to that actual woman that made those death wishes on you, one of the things that she asked her was, have you ever said these things or criticized a white man doing this? And she couldn't even answer the question, because obviously the answer was no. She danced around the question, this, that, and other. Now, you're not the first person, especially you're not the first Passport Bro to have like this happen. There's another dude on YouTube named David Bond. And he's he's done the Thailand, Philippines, Brazil, Colombia hop too. But because he's white, now granted, they did come after him. They got a counter organization against him on the internet, which is pretty weak. But the thing about it is, most of these people will never say anything to these white men, these white Europeans that have been doing this. But because you put a black face on it, all of a sudden now it has to be stamped out. But what kills me is it's the black American women pushing it, and they're the ones that put the energy behind that Brazilian lesbian feminist, whatever the hell she is.
Right.
Had you been a white male, most of this would have never come up.
I totally agree. Hold tight, Big Truck. Shout out to Red Lord Sigma for the 20. He said, all roads lead to save yourself, black men. No nose rings. TK, you just missed and Bob Bowman's second super chat. Also, we are Jews. Bob Bowman, I appreciate it, bro. I think you said about your channel on Bob Bowman's Passport channel, I believe. And then also shout out to my man, Golden Child. He said, these women always got to make it about themselves. The message from PBB is not for them. It's for men. Keep your head up, Austin. I'll be in Thailand in 3 months. Let's finish listening to what this hyena is saying, and this simp surfer.
I look at them and I almost want to pity them, but then I don't, because there's a level of ignorance that's deplorable. Go ahead and use that word today. I think that they are taking advantage, at least from what they project themselves to be as a group.
You know, the hypocrisy of this woman. You know, they're taking advantage, but this same woman probably took her ass in the grill, Jamaica. You know, the same ones have been traveling abroad, and they're always saying somebody's taking advantage. But once again, how can you take advantage of something that somebody is selling? The Bible said, how can a strong man come into the house unless the man leaves the door open? So how can a man come into another man's country and take advantage of something unless those people of that country are not promoting it itself? It makes no damn sense. And Dre, you know what I'm talking about because you live in Colombia. And Austin, you was in Brazil. And Austin, I'm sure, and we ain't gonna talk too much about it, that there were women that came up to you that tried to holler at you for money.
Absolutely.
I'm sure it was.
Absolutely.
Talk to the people, Dre. I'm Dre and Austin, because I'm sick of these fools lying and trying to damn always playing the damn victim role. Like, oh, this hurting these poor women are taking advantage. But on the flip damn side, there have been a lot of gringos that have been licks. So it's okay for them to exploit American men with the hopes of love. But then when we travel, there's always a damn problem. Talk to the people, Austin, and then Dre. Go ahead.
I would agree that there are women. Say it one more time. You said the women are taking advantage. I mean,
well, basically, a strong man, a person can't enter a strong man house unless he allows it. So my whole point is that there are countries that legalize certain activities. People know what's going on. White men been doing it for years, and they can do what they want to do. These bad built white women been going to Gambia doing it for years, to the point that the Gambian government has talked about. And they go specifically for that reason, and they take money there specifically. I don't think Gambian men are saying, look, if you sleep with me, bad built white woman, I'll give you some meat. I think they're soliciting those young men on the beaches. But my point is, there are countries that actually solicit or more or less talk about getting in there with gringos, and some trying to make them licks. So my point is, it's okay to explore American men for money, but yet when American men go and travel, and women come up to them because they find them attractive, and they say, well, listen, if you give me X amount, I can holler, it's a problem. Why is it that men are being painted in this negative light? That's my point.
That's a really difficult question, but I'll say that in Brazil and everywhere else, nobody's taking advantage of anybody. Just like I told the news reporter, there are I call them volunteers. There are plenty of volunteers that are volunteering whatever lifestyle you're dealing with them in.
Okay, fair enough. Dre, what's your take on it? Go ahead, Dre. What's your take on it, Dre? Go ahead.
Correct. I like how you use that term. I might have to use that term also. What you say? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. You look frozen. Go ahead.
Okay. Just like he was saying, these women are actually volunteering, and the irony of it is, we're not taking advantage of them. They're literally, to a larger extent, taking advantage of us in regards to, they realize that when we come to their country, we bring certain economic blessings their way. So they're like, listen, girl, you see him right there. He's got the looks. He's got a great personality, and he's got money in his pocket. So let me go ahead and flirt on with him and enjoy the evening or enjoy the weekend while he's here. So they try to take advantage of us in other countries just as much as we take advantage of our vacationing or our relocationing in these countries as well. So it's not what, let's put it like this. In all sincerity, I know we're having this conversation and we're talking deep down inside. I don't give up about what American women think. I really don't. I could care less about what those women on those panels think. I could care about what women on YouTube think, Instagram, TikTok. I don't care about what not a family American woman thinks about what I'm doing with this thing called life. I had to fight through all those sperms to be the one that hit the egg. I'm the winner from birth. And I'm sitting up here spending 50 plus years worrying about what a woman in the United States think. I didn't worry about what they were thinking when I was there. So I didn't worry about what women are thinking about me while I'm gone. So at the end of the day, these American women can say whatever they want. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. From now on, they're going to hear my mouth say that. I don't give a damn about what you think. Well, Andre, what about this? I don't care what I really don't care about American women opinion, because no matter what you do, you could be married like me and just living a married life. You could be single like Austin and just living his single bachelor life, and it still ain't good enough. They put us all in the same pot. So why do we waste our time even wondering why these American women give a dang about us? Because no matter what we do, if we're in the States, we're trash to them. From the 80s, what, like the one brother put in the comment, what have you done for me lately? All the way to the 90s, we were scrubs. And then in the 2000s, Beyonce say to the left. Everything you own is in a box to the left.
Right.
We've been hearing women talking about us and put us down in the United States long enough. So they're not going to continue in that pattern. We might as well expect them to continue to talk like this. And since they're going to talk like this, they could talk, but we don't have to listen or respond to it. And so they can say whatever they want. Talk, ladies, talk. But listen, while you're talking, you're going to keep hearing those flights going out from LAX, from Kennedy, from all the rest of those airports, from Atlanta airport, men going their own way, flying, and they won't have to. I can't hear you when I'm in earshot. I
want to comment.
I'm not in earshot.
I want to comment on this too. I gotta have.
Yeah, hold tight, Theo. I got you, brother. Give me 1 minute, Theo. Let me read the super chat out real quick. Hold up, Theo. He said, Passport OG, no other race of women is talking about men this way. I agree, Passport OG. And then also shout out to my man, Golden Child, for the $4.99. He said they pull a pan of a model on to criticize the Passport movement. Isn't it off a platform where women charge tricks? Yes, for porn and other service hypocrisy. And yes, it's hyper hypocrisy to say the least. But they damn worried about what men are doing with their damn thousands overseas. Azaria of his name say, Austin, I got your back. I'm 28. I'm not going to allow anyone to smear your name. I recommend you taking legal action. Start with Tanya, TKO, Jason Black, a.k.a. Assassin Authority. We leaving this plantation, and that's a deal, right? And that's what I said, man. He definitely need to take legal recourse because it's definitely a defamation of character, and it's a miscarriage of justice. And the men damn continue to sit back and not say nothing. They're going to keep damn doing it. Shout out to my man, A Peaceful Life. He said if there was an issue with anything Austin said, the men of this country would say something. This was a radical feminist hyena attack, and I agree with my man Ingram 1,000,000%. But go ahead. I don't know if it was Dre. Hold on. Ariel said also, people said Austin is giving brothers a bad name. I'm curious, when black women in Mexico got her spine severed, were they giving black women a bad name? Talking about Shanquella Robinson. No doubt, I appreciate that, brother. That's a damn excellent point. But go ahead, Theo. Go ahead, brother.
Well, the whole thing for paying for box abroad, I just keep on laughing at this and looking at it with total confusion. Because I've been about 20 years abroad. None of my white or black or any of my Western friends were ever paying for it. They didn't have to. The girls were giving it to them for free.
Right.
They were always all around them. They always had options. Like there's just so many. Like, I don't even know how we would buy it. I mean, really. So when they're talking this way, I'm looking at them like, why? I mean, I could date her. I could date her. I have so many options. Why would I do that? And so what I do, though, I have my fun with them is, when you go abroad, do you know who you always see lonely, like ignored, with no attention, nobody talks to them? It's the Western woman. Entirely. Nobody cares about them because they bring their feminism over, and nobody cares about their feminism. They're like, we don't want this here. Get out. Like, we don't want, frankly, like in Japan, the Japanese women shun their feminism. Like, we don't want it. We'll take your man, though. Well, we'll gladly take your man. Your man is good. And, when these women say this, I'm like, the way I look at them is, you're a lonely person to whom nobody pays attention. No one talks to you. And I'm going to treat you that way. That's your value. You're nothing outside of that. I mean, really, you're a Zippo. That's why I get insulted sometimes when they start talking that kind of crap, like that woman on the off model saying that kind of stuff because they're trying to represent us. No, man. Like, you're zero.
Right.
No,
right.
we represent us. You're trying to defame us, trying to do all the kind of crap. Go with me to another country. Yeah, I'll be flying first class. You'll be on the wing. Okay, so when you finally get your back like readjusted by the chiropractor, you go into the street and see who's paying attention to you. Nobody cares about you. You're like twice the size of the normal women there, and the men don't want to be with you at all. Like they've got like these sexy women around. I'll take one of those sexy women too. In fact, I'll have to take her. She's gonna come up and talk to me. So that's the way I look at it. I just, again, bad. Insulting. It's bad.
Shout out to my man Dre D May. He said also keep your head up. I'll be in Thailand in 2 weeks and moving there this spring. Thailand is looking good. Shout out to Coach and Dre. I really appreciate it. And then also shout out to Jess Bob Bowman. He said catch feelings, not flight. They said it first. No doubt. I appreciate that. That's cool, Austin. That's cool. We're going to finish playing this thing real quick. And I know you got things, and I appreciate you coming in, man. I know it's early, so hold tight. Let's finish listening to what these hyenas are talking about.
They're taking advantage of gender gaps and economic opportunities that are not there in these other countries that are present for us in America, in the States, in Canada, in Scandinavia, all over the world, and not even thinking back to the history of why are women and people made to be so independent in this country today. I think there's so many factors that they shove to the side for their preferences and trying to deem it a movement, which is so disappointing to hear. The civil rights movement was a movement. Facts. Anti-apartheid movement was a movement. Come on. So I'm thinking of Passport Bros, like this is a shame. You could really take advantage of your opportunity to educate people on how to get
Okay, you see that right there?
Overseas.
Pause it real quick. I'm sorry. That right there, as soon as I heard that triggered me. I was like, you know what? I'm going to make a video right now and I'm going to teach something. So what did I do? I looked for some passport information, how to get your passport, how to do this. And she's going to say it in the next sentence. And I was like, you know what? Let me throw out a video that's explaining this. Because the thing about it is, first of all, they know nothing about what's going on over here. And I was like, that's just it. So I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, it sounds like mothering to me, man. And the level of arrogance to more or less
blame and explain. Shame, blame, and explain. That's
Right. The level of arrogance to talk down to black men like we're boys and, it's a shame that they're calling a movement. It is a damn movement. And it's a movement based on maltreatment some of the black men and white men, all men are going through. But when men present them with the evidence, once again, they deny the evidence because they're deaf. They become enraged when you present them with the evidence. They argue to ad hominem attacks, meaning they attack the messenger, not the message, and they will fight you or flee because they have a very serious case, guys, and I mean real serious case, but they have a serious case of something called this.
Absolutely.
They got cognitive dissonance. My man, Mr. Darkus, the navigator, said Gambia may even beg the government not to ban Stellas. And so what does that say in a nutshell? Let's finish listening to this video because I also got to go in a minute. We're going to finish looking this thing down. Hold tight. Hear from this hyena. Hold on.
Learn and not just make it be about sex. And the fact that now you're putting this stigma on people and black people in America, that is literally mushing us down. I hate that I said mushing, couldn't find a better word right there.
Right.
But like bringing us down. Right. They all know. They know. But what does that do for our perspective?
Them talk some of them, not all of them, talk so badly about black women in America, saying you guys are too bossy, you're too much, you're not feminine enough for them.
I think that sounds a lot to me like insecurities and the inability to seek what you want with what you have.
I'm ashamed of that.
That's what I really think about that. It almost disgusts me and is borderline gaslighting to sit here and treat American women, American black women, and try to shut us down because we may be educated or have the ability to obtain certain finances and social status that we're not in other countries.
And you attract.
It's a shame.
What you put out there too.
It's a shame.
All right.
Like, don't put that on us. Yeah, don't put that on us.
Thank you, ladies, for joining us here on The Factor Uncensored. Still ahead on the... And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. As we mentioned last night, the controversial community of Passport Bros continues to grow around the country. There's a private Facebook group with more than 10,000 members. Now, the group is known for a bit more than just traveling. Some guys make it their mission to fly around the world, meet more submissive women, and have sex. They are facing a lot of criticism, too. Now, that's from those who critique them. My next guest, Austin Holman, said...
Austin, real quick, I know you got to go in a minute, but what was your take of this guy, man? You know this damn guy, it's almost like it's a Freudian slip, but he always making his job to say, oh, they're going there, they're having sex. You know, what they always make it what was your take on this dude, man? Would you say he was disingenuous, to say the least? Because you did an awesome job conducting yourself, but what did you gather from this dude, man?
So I will say that he did not seem in the first video with the two women, it seemed like he was just doing his job, which is being a news reporter, which is kind of being biased. And you saw he called us Johns and we're paying for sex.
Right.
But when we got on the interview, that energy really wasn't the same. So I'm kind of confused on where he actually stands at. Is he actually, for it or against it? The woman that reached out to me that, notified him about the interview, she actually said, keep in contact. We want to hear more about your travel stories. So I don't know if it was just, just entertainment for the channel. I mean, for the, the news channel or whatever, but I'm not really sure where he stands at, but it doesn't seem that he's so much against it as he did in front of those two women.
And that's really sad, because if I was in front of those damn two women, I wouldn't back down. I'm tired of men feeling like they can't say what they want to say, man, here in America. It's enough is enough, man. It's almost like damn culture Marxism. We can't say anything. We got to always go along and get along and damn be PC. Hold tight, Dre. I want you to break this thing down. Just let it marinate. Take some mental notes, Dre. And I also got to go in a minute. Hold tight.
He had to end a trip in Brazil early after he was accused of being one of those guys who said Brazilian women are easy to get. We talked to him today.
Austin, what kind of damn trouble did you get yourself into with these Brazilian women?
Well, actually, I wasn't trying to start any trouble. I actually thought I was doing a lot of promoting. But apparently some things were lost. Some things were purposely lost in translation on purpose. And that it's led to death threats, and I was already on my way to Thailand anyway. I was going to be in Sao Paulo for about a week. But based off the way how things were going, I just said, you know what, I probably ought to head out 3 or 4 days earlier. So I'm over here now.
So I saw a part of your video where you said, and you clarified, you said some Brazilian women are easy. It depends on who you are, how you approach them, not as a robot, but as an individual. And when they heard that, they just went bonkers over those comments when you said that Brazilian women are easy. Some Brazilian women are easy to get. So why did you say that? Is that reality for you when you're there? Is it easier for you to get Brazilian women than, say, American women?
Yes, the culture is completely different there. So women are a lot more responsive. It's a lot more reasonable dealing with women, if you ask me. There's games everywhere, but there is such a minimal level in Brazil, it's almost unnoticeable. But the reason I said easier, and the thing is, the reason a lot of those Brazilians are in like an outrage is because number one, they're going off, they're just running. It's just like January 6th, right? Trump says do this, everybody runs and does it. That's the same thing they're doing right now. Without watching the video, without understanding what the title actually is, because the title is a question. The title says, are Brazilian women easy? That's the topic. This is what we're going to talk about. The first statement I made is, in general, they're easy to deal with. I didn't say anything about sex. I did eventually, and later on in the video, but I didn't lead with that because that's not all that was about. I would not move to another country and get online and call the women easy.
Did you move to Brazil? Were you living there at that point?
Yeah, I was living there.
Now you're in Thailand.
Yeah, well, I'm not living in Thailand though. I was already gonna come here anyway. I had already put up
I think it was 10 or 11 countries I was going to do this year. But I just came here 4 or 5 days earlier because of everything that was going on. But yeah, I did want to live in Brazil permanently, but I'm gonna have to let this die down first.
So there's this whole movement that we've heard about called Passport Bros, individuals, usually upwardly mobile African-American men who leave the country, and they say they're looking for wives, different women than what they have or the choices that they have in the United States. And many people have taken offense to it, saying it's just a form of sex tourism. It's a form of human trafficking.
Shout out to my man GC for the 10. Thank you, brother. That's a deal, right?
That's a deal, right? That's a deal, right?
It's just crazy.
That's a bet, right? That's a deal, right?
But Dre and Austin, and then Big Truck as well, and Theo. When you hear these men talking about celebrating their freedom, people get offended because men want to live their lives on their own terms. What's weird about this conversation, starting with you, Austin? What is weird about folks being angry about men saying, I'm not getting my needs met, therefore, even though it's a therapist, it's consistent with psychoanalytic theory. But when you hear them say, they offended, is that not synonymous, Dre, to what I talk about with Rex psychology? But Austin, what are you hearing, man, when you hear this foolishness, man?
Whenever I hear men that are upset that other men are choosing to go their own way and do what they want, that's what you're asking?
Yeah, so yeah. When you hear people say, we get offended because these men want to date women from other countries, but yet her body, her choice, LGBTQ, MOUSE, they can do what they want to do. Everybody can damn do what they want to do. But when black men saying, I got to do what I need to do to what's best for me, then it's a problem. What's resonating in your head when you hear that, when you heard that foolish comment?
I think it's just a matter of, I think they're just doing that out of jealousy because they don't have the ability or the actual want or drive about themselves to even make the decision to take their life in their own hands. Just like I'm trying to help people with my content and show men that there are other options. But then you have a handful of men that are saying, these are all just prostitutes, or these are all lady boys, or I wish I had the answer to that. I don't know why these men are like that. I can understand the women, but the men is kind of crazy.
Dre, what do you think about these acculturated slaves? Shout out to my man Mark Ray for that 5. He said, stay positive, Austin. I appreciate it. Dre, these acculturated slaves, man. What's your take on it?
I think that in all actuality, it's I'm not surprised. It's the American norm. America has always walked around with the air of superiority, with the air of better than this, which is not a word, but we've always walked around with our nose in the air compared to other countries. We think Canada is third world. We think Paris is third world. We think Russia is third world. We think, what country can you imagine that we don't think? We think the whole continent of Africa is third world. South Africa is third world, because that's what they program us to think. It's right. The norm in America. For us to sit back and see Americans be happy for black men, that's the abnormal part. To actually see them happy for us. I'll sit back and say, you ever have a chick that wanted to be so intimate with you when she was moving so fast up on you? Was like, wait a minute, hold up. This is a setup. Wait a minute. She want to have sex too fast. Something going on. So it is in America if they ain't complaining about the black man. If they were celebrating us like they celebrate the alphabet crew. If they celebrated us like they're celebrating feminism. If they celebrated us like they're celebrating other ethnic groups, then something would be strange. But for this to be happening from Americans, this is the norm, baby. This is what the United States do. We got to embrace that. We got to stop crying about it and accept the fact that as long as we listen to American media about what black men are doing as far as happiness, there will always be a complaint, because Americans love to hate. If we ain't good at nothing else, if we ain't mastered the Shaolin Temple art of nothing else, we have mastered the art of hating. We will hate a country, a continent, an individual, a group. Doesn't matter. We are some hateful people. Hateful people. And that's our norm. That's a part of the red in our red, white, and blue. The blood of hating on each other. So don't think it's like it's odd or why is it happening or I can't believe it. Because once they're done with us, America will go and find another entertainer to hate on. They'll find a sports figure to hate on. They'll find a politician to hate on. As long as America is America, we will always gravitate to somebody or something that we can say, I hate on it for no particular reason at all. So this is not weird or odd. This is the norm. Welcome to the United States. This is what we do.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also, I know you got to go and about to go, but in closing, first of all, I'm proud of you, man. You're almost like an anomaly, man. You're different in a good way. And, stay strong, man. Stay strong. And we're going to be talking in the background. Maybe me, you, and Dre, we can get together and talk. And also with Theo and Big Truck at some point. And we can talk about you getting legal recourse, because the amount of defamation that I'm seeing on the internet associated with you, man, is appalling. Before you go, Austin, when people say, well, Austin's making black men look bad, which I don't think you are. But how do you qualify that? And before you say anything, Tim Howard said they don't want to see black men happy or winning. I appreciate it, Tim Howard. But how would you qualify that, Austin?
How would you qualify what? I didn't catch the question.
Well, they said that Austin Holloman is giving black men a bad name.
In what way?
Right. Yeah. Your guess is good as mine. I don't know.
Always educated, well put together black man suddenly giving other black men a bad name. But Pookie and thugs are great.
That's who's getting worship.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. So I guess they're saying that, because of your content type and what you did, he gave brothers a bad name and all this BS. And we know that there's one troll that's constantly got your name in his mouth. It's weird. This dude got an obsession, a preoccupation with you.
I would love to see some of these dudes that say I so-called gave them a bad name. Tell me how your daily life has been changed living overseas. Because there's a lot of dudes saying, oh, he's making all the expats in Salvador look bad. Has anybody said anything to you, or are they just talking about me? I think they were after me, not the black community outside the United States.
Right. You were just a convenient excuse, man. I'm gonna let you go, man. Thank you for coming in, man. Love you, young buck. Man, you're changing the world, man. And be safe, man, and be careful about telling folks about your location so much, man. But one of the things we want to happen, man, is definitely talk with your people. You should get a petition signed. Maybe, Dre, we need to start a petition about character assassination of this young man, or something I think about. We all as men can think about, because he was definitely attacked. Dre, before Austin go, any advice you would give Austin to how to move as an expat? You've been living in Colombia for years, but any advice you would give him in the future about how to move in different terrains?
Well, me and Austin, we talk behind the scenes quite a bit. I would only advice that I would give Austin is don't let other people define Austin for Austin. I've been saying that to him for months. Be who you are. Do not let these people feel comfortable, especially brothers that mean good. Do not let them feel comfortable with coming to your content. Because the reason why I say that, because there's some genuine guys that have a disdain for women, and they're looking for a place to be a landing point. There's some guys that, most of us guys can talk about, the back and forth of what's going on with males and females, black women and black men, so forth and not have hatred. But there's some dudes out there that have hatred, and they've been looking for a place to land their plane, their helicopter for the longest. And so now they want to land it in Austin's backyard because they can't land it in Culture Yard. They dang sure can't land it in Theo's yard. Truck drivers not having it. Ace Live's not having it. Richie Mack is not having it. Zoom to Thailand. So now they think, well, Austin, he young, so he won't know any better. So let me land my plane, my helicopter of hatred in his backyard. And all of a sudden, all these helicopters have been landing that in Austin's backyard in the name of I support Austin. But yet these dudes are trying to define this young man by way of their disdain. And I said that on purpose, disdain for women in general. The only thing I've ever said to Austin is do not let these people land their plane in your backyard and define Austin Holloman as Austin Holloman. Don't let me or anybody else define you by who you want to be and who you're going to be.
All right. Closing comments, Brother Austin. Any closing comments?
Like I said before, do not let this situation discourage you from going to Brazil. But just learn from what happened to me and tread lightly as well. And don't put Brazilian women on camera at all. Don't put them on camera. Don't even take a picture with them at this point. Because like I said before, They can sit on your couch, do an interview for 45 minutes, look in the camera, engage with the camera, know that it's going on YouTube before the camera starts recording. And because of a few comments somebody left or whatever happens, they can say, take it down. And now you got to take down your content that they agreed to. So just leave my camera altogether.
Do you think that black men should boycott Brazil, or that's going too far?
I wouldn't be against it. I wouldn't be against it.
Because you felt like you were treated unjustly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be against it. But I'm more concerned about her issuing an apology and making herself look the way she tried to make me look.
Yeah, but it wasn't the government of Brazil that was messing with you. It was just her and her cronies, right? Mm-hmm. Yes, I mean, I would. First of all, I'll tell you like this: after what I saw in Bescore, I'd never go to Brazil anyway. But that said, it's like a lot of black males that are going there seem to be having a reasonably decent time, like you and Brazil Yesh, aside from this incident right here. So my thing is, it's like this is kind of an isolated incident, but the problem that you're really having is you're dealing with these angry, these feminist angry women who are trying to strike out against you. You're their wet dream. You're literally their wet dream. I can speak up against you and I can ruin things for you. Now, never mind that white man with that 19-year-old Brazilian woman who I probably know from down my block. No, let me not mess with him. I can come after you.
Right.
You know,
right,
you're their wet dream. They've been dying to get this chance to strike at somebody, and all the people they could strike at, they can't touch. And by the way, before you go, just to say that answer to your question, the thing about it is one of the reasons why these men are responding with this calling you tricks and calling you this, that, and other. You got to remember, the women aren't the only ones who are angry at us. We're taking our resources and our opportunity away from them and going overseas. These men have sisters. These men have baby mamas out there. These men expect you to stay behind and finance their seed. They expect you to do that. But we had other plans. So, no, it doesn't surprise me at all that they're so pissed off. Doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, I totally agree. Also, I'm going to let you go, man. Thank you for coming on, dog. I appreciate it, man.
Have a great day, Austin.
Sure. I appreciate all y'all.
Edward Anderson, if you want to come through, man, feel free to come through. And shout out to my man, Austin Holman, for such a great breakdown. Edward, if you want to come through, feel free to come through. Let's first listen to this diatribe real quick about this young bull, man. Hold tight.
Or sex trafficking. When you hear the term, do you consider yourself a passport brother? And what do you think about that so-called movement that we've been seeing as of late here in the United States?
I would consider myself, yes. Now, I do want to state this too. People have called me the leader. I've never claimed that. That's something that they said. There's no official leader of that. I think it's just an identity of somebody that has they're traveling for that purpose, traveling to, meet new women and enjoy a different culture and a better lifestyle. Those
But really quick, for those who may say this is just a form of prostitution, you're going to different countries to pay and to have sex with women. You're not truly having a relationship with them.
That's not my reality because I moved there. So, if I'm not going back and forth. So if anybody's going to have a relationship, it would have been me. Now, there are some dudes that do travel back and forth. There are some people do fit into those categories that they claim, but I'm not here to say that's the majority. There are men that go down there just to sleep with women. Women do the same thing too. Women do sex tourism too. But there are men that actually are enjoying the difference of the culture and programming of women in a different country.
Do you think this gives the movement a bad name, the Passport Bros a bad name, if your sole purpose is for sex tourism and prostitution?
Yes, and on my YouTube channel, I actually tell dudes not to go down there to deal with prostitutes. Because you cannot complain about American women and then just go pay for some experience that she's getting paid. She's not, I'm not going to say it's not genuine, but I'm going to assume it's not genuine because if you had the money, I don't think she'd treat you like that.
You're absolutely right. Now, one of the comments you made in your video, you said it's
Shout out to my man, Andrew Baker for the 10. He said, salute coach and panel. I'm in Thailand and no one cares about what the haters say. I'm a passport bro, passport gang, and world travels for life. Your life is your peace. I appreciate it, Andrew Baker. That's a deal, right? No doubt. Edward Anderson, sir, if you would like to, please come up. Where you're at, but you're free to come on the panel. Edward Anderson only. If anyone else tried to come through, you will not be allowed to come on. Edward Anderson only. If you want to come in and join the conversation, Ed, hold tight.
Extremely hard to find. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack when it comes to a good American woman. So are you doing harm yourself when you make comments like that?
I say that based off of the qualities that I want. And my mother used to cook for me at least twice a day when I was growing up. And I know American women say, oh, you want a mother. Well, if that's how you look at it, so be it. You should have Uber Eats all your food then. But I want a woman that cooks. And the thing is, this is what a lot of people don't understand down here. As an American, 50 grand a year puts you in the top 1% of the world. So as an American, you go somewhere to another country, you have enough excess income to eat out 3 times a day in Brazil or Thailand or Colombia. You can eat out 3 times a day. So whoever my wife is, she's not even going to be cooking anyway. Because I don't even, when I was in the States, I cooked for myself, but I have my money multiplied 5 times when I got to Brazil. So why would I stand in the kitchen and cook when I can just go downstairs and eat and somebody make it for me? So the whole
You do know, though, Austin, there are American women who will cook for you if you're deserving of that meal.
Well, okay, so that's the problem, though. What is deserving?
Meaning you're a good husband. You bring home the bacon, and they're bringing home the bacon together.
Dre, you're in Colombia. Cooking for a man is normal. What's wrong with the American men, man, and this type of foolishness, in your opinion?
Because just like he said, you got to realize that the reporter is not only speaking, he's not just speaking from the questions on the teleprompter. He's using a lot of jargon in which he was raised to think. He said, if you deserve, that came from his subconscious. He was trained by American women in his community to think that if I deserve it, I can get to the point where I can get a hot meal. I don't get a meal because I deserve it. I'm gonna tell you that now. I ain't seen one of these Colombian husbands getting a hot meal because they deserve it.
They deserve it,
I ain't
right.
seen one. We ain't had to earn nothing. I didn't have to all of a sudden bring home this and that. Then all of a sudden Andrea cooking. Listen, when I was coming back and forth from the States, I kid you not, Andrea would get up at 6 o'clock in the morning. She'd make my breakfast. She'd make my lunch before she went to her accounting firm every morning. I'm sitting here by myself until she gets home at 2 o'clock, taking care of business online. That wasn't because I earned it and I deserved it and I was doing amazing things. Remember, I said she was doing this when I first started coming down here to Cali and we start seriously dating. So at the end of the day, to be in a country where you got to worry about, the first thing he said was if, and the second thing, you deserve it. If you deserve it, so the deserving is defined by the person who's giving you the blessing or the meal or the intimacy. Some of you dudes right now in the United States, y'all sitting back in sexless lives. You can still, y'all ain't had no sex in that bed. Your sheets still smell brand new. Still smell like the baby powder that you put down. You put down the sheets a couple weeks ago. It still smell like baby powder. And you still sitting up there dealing with those women. I don't see how you dudes are doing it. You dudes, I'm gonna tell you, men in the United States, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. You my heroes. You some tolerable. Y'all can tolerate more than I can. You got the Hulk, he can lift more than other people, and Superman can lift. You dudes can carry it on your back more than I can carry. I can't do it. Y'all my heroes, because y'all put up with some bull on a level that I could never. Ain't no way in. I'm gonna sit up there and waste my last. I got about left on this planet with good health.
Mm-hmm.
And you think I'm gonna spend my last 30 years waiting for if and a desire? No, that's not about to happen. So you guys can go ahead and enjoy your red, white, and blue, and I'll go ahead and enjoy just the blue part of it. And that blue book will take me around the world to enjoy everything that I need to enjoy for the rest of these last 30 years I got. I'm about to waste my time with these women with an if and a desire.
Big Truck, real quick. What's wrong with this dude, man? What's wrong with him?
Well, I mean, I basically already said it. See, the thing about it is, it's like we're not getting the respect that we want to get, and that we're not getting the respect we deserve, right? And when you're dealing with people who have an agenda, when you're dealing with people who have monetary incentive, and they're trying to paint a picture and whatnot, it's like they're already out to basically, expose you to make you look bad. So in the end of the day, it's like, you almost just expect it. I'm just, again, I'm very glad of how Austin handled this, and I'm glad he didn't fall for the bait. I'm glad he didn't fall for the trap. And the more intelligently, especially, see, I want you to notice something. They're not taking black men off of YouTube who are speaking highly intelligently and who are able to challenge you and able to challenge your narrative. They're not taking you. They're not taking the black men who are speaking Portuguese and Japanese to put them on the news. They never came and interviewed me. They never came and interviewed my man right here. He's a $200,000 brother in Japan. They never coming for him.
Yes, sir.
But
Right.
see what they'll do. Oh, he's a super predator. Oh yeah, news at 11. Let's get him. And the sad thing is that's what you've got to deal with, and you have to know how to navigate it. It is extremely mentally exhausting being a black male in America. It just is.
Yeah,
And
I totally agree.
nobody will ever understand that but us. And it's sad that you have a black man working for this media organization who didn't put enough forethought or enough insight into this before it, but then to come on there and tell these black women, oh, how do you feel that they're talking bad about black women? Meanwhile, they told you did you notice I pointed it out when you walked through. They told you I didn't know anything about this. You called me and you told me to watch it. I didn't know nothing about it. I got my son his passport. They didn't know anything about this stuff.
Right.
And this dude had his agenda to bring you down. But they're never going to interview me. They don't want me because they know I'm ready for them. They know I see them a mile away. And that's just what it comes down to.
Right. Brother Edward, how you doing, sir? And I'm sure you've been listening. This whole negative fiasco or diatribe against Austin Holloman, how's this been percolating in your subconscious about the oppression and the emasculation of black men?
Yeah, appreciate you having me on. What's up, everybody, with the panel? I mean, like I said, I have the same opinion. Austin did a very excellent job. The way he conducted himself, really proud of him, because you don't get a lot of second chances when it comes to stuff like that. And I don't mean like what happened with the initial thing. I mean like how he responded to it on like a platform like that. So that's definitely good. And I'm pretty sure that's not going to be shared out there because it's a good look, and that's typically how they do that. So I agree with that. What I will say is this has happened before. This happened during the apocalypse thing. And that was really one of the unofficial births of Manosphere 2.0. And you see how big that got. This is, pre Kevin Samuels and all that. It was a similar thing with a lawyer that wanted to get with a Caucasian man and pretty much make it like what we're doing is hate speech. This is when YouTube, like when a lot of big advertisers were really kind of going to YouTube about different things, when the conservative, just like the Trump situation, right? And putting their ads in front of certain videos. And they tried to use that to dismantle our entire space. And a lot of Jews didn't even know about each other. It's funny because they had certain people on the list that were actually like Derrick Jackson light folks, and it did harm a lot of people's channels. But for the most part, a lot of stuff exploded. And that was a lot worse than what this is. It didn't get on the news and stuff, but as far as its ability to affect us, so this stuff has happened before. And, a lot of people have learned from that, and the space is a lot bigger since then. So I just want to remind everybody of that. As far as what that dude did, I mean, this is what they say about older black men, man. This is why, a lot of times people get a rap. I'm usually not on that train, but I'll give him credit at the very least for letting him express himself and not turns into that. And honestly, it speaks for itself if you actually dig into the past of what the women that he brought on there was. She's a single mother, even though she comes from a 2-parent home. I believe she has 2 kids by 2 different men. I'm not judging. My own mother has 3 kids by 3 different men.
Wow.
But I mean, stuff happens. But at the same time, I mean, just look. I'm gonna say this, and then I'm done. Just look at the first black woman that was on there. and then her. It was doing the majority of talking. Just off of presentation alone. Don't even get into the fact that, she may have an OnlyFans page or all that. Just look at the presentation and how he thought, how he had a suit. The other woman was very well dressed, and then she was literally looking like she literally just got out the bed or something like that. And I'm not trying to roast her, but what I'm talking about is this is an image. And you want to talk about black men are making y'all look bad. Nobody makes African American women look worse than African.
Right.
And you look at what they spend their money on. I mean, you got stuff like the Woman King. Shonda Rhimes is probably going to be a multi-$100 million person off of this stuff. This is what you pay for at a very rate. So it's kind of like y'all want to focus on us. But the stuff speaks for itself. So y'all covered all of it. And I think him doing that interview really shows a contrast. Then you got to think about this, his age compared to all these people. Like, I'm not trying to bring Jason Black into it, but you got people that are in almost 50 years old trying to drop the lightning bolt on this dude. And these are people that try to say, we need to be pro-black, we need to be united, we need to do this. Yet when something that you don't like happens, let me tell you, the character of how somebody is based on how you deal with a situation or deal with someone you don't agree with who you like. That's when the real you comes out. And I'll leave it at that.
Well, you know what? You said something. He's an old man, and, consistent with Grady and a lot of these old men that more or less assume that women of today are like their mothers and their grandmothers. This poor old fool is a gravy train simp. Yeah, it's Gravy Train Simpson. Shout out to my man Azrael, Isaiah first of his name. Austin, you'll get a meal if you deserve it. Meanwhile, Lori Harvey, Daddy told me to remember that I'm always the prize. Note the difference, gentlemen. Yeah, it's hypergamy on steroids. And shout out to my man, Beautiful Lies. Shout out to my man, Beautiful Lives. He said, salute KC Dynamic Panel tonight. Listening in while watching the game. Shout out to my brother, El Guapo. And El Guapo, because you've shown so much love and kindness. El Guapo, you are the #1 sponsor of this stream. Thank you, sir. It's okay for black men to flex, Edwin, and then I'm going to let Pablo pop in. And actually, I'm going to ask Pablo, and then, because I asked the question earlier, Pablo Frescobar, fellow Eagle like myself, is it okay for black men to flex in a time when black men have been heavily oppressed?
Yes.
Talk about it.
Black men need to start running. We got to stop. Black men should not have a policy of appeasement. One thing that this is exposed is there's too many dudes, and it doesn't matter the age, that in this space that has a policy of appeasement. They want to be just left alone. I'm not saying you have to be in the forefront of speaking out. I'm not saying that. But don't get in other people's way when they're trying to basically fight for you having a better freedom to do stuff. One thing I will say, and I was born in 86. But one thing that doesn't get talked about as we're going into Black History Month is everybody was cool with Dr. King and Malcolm X now, particularly Malcolm X. They want now that everything's after the fact. But the reality is you have a lot of people, black people, that were not for Malcolm X, were not for what he was trying to do. They were not for Dr. King. They just wanted to be left alone because at the end of the day, they thought it was, I'm talking about women too, but I'm talking about men mainly. They just thought, you're just making, whitey mad. And now they want to, after, even in the segregations when the young brothers were sitting in the restaurants and the diners and all of that, they didn't want to cause trouble. Now, fast forward, we're dealing with a lot less racial. All we're talking about really is censorship at this point. And you got new dudes that are sitting here talking about Austin's doing too much, Austin's doing this, Austin's doing that, where I'm very aware of I'm very aware of the travel community in multiple in demographics, what Caucasians are doing, what Black women are doing, and that's something. So that's the answer to that question. Another thing I'm gonna say and be real quick. The one thing that's really annoying me about this conversation is the idea that here's some facts for you. Black women have more passports than Black men. That is a fact. And that's despite Black men obviously outnumber Black women in the military, which is easier access to get a passport. Black women are traveling more than Black men. Now, I will say this is my opinion. I can't register this as fact, but I do strongly believe this. And I think this year we need to put evidence on this. I think Black women sex tour at probably 3 to 4 times the rate as Black men because they're not watched like that.
Right.
So I think Black women sex tour as much more as Black men as Black women have sex more than Black men as a group. So I'll leave it at that.
No doubt, no doubt. Shout out to my man Marty McFly. I'll bring you on the free dog after we finish breaking this show down. But
I want to say a comment. It has to be higher than that.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
It has to be higher than that because they don't get it for free. We do. We get the women come up to us trying to date us all the time. They don't have guys coming up to them trying to date them. So if anything, they're the ones who actually have to pay for it or actually have to do something for it. Not us. It's just easy. When we're talking about marriages, the international marriages for us, for like Passport Bros getting married compared to ABW, must be at least 50 to 1. Because I don't know how many of the guys I know. I don't know. The women go abroad. They don't get anything. People ignore them. They don't care.
Well, ask yourself this question: how many foreign men are coming to the United States looking for wives?
Good point.
Or sex.
And that's across the board. That's not just a Black woman. That's not a Black woman thing. And that's another thing. Austin never really bashed Black women. Austin interviewed other races of women as well as Black women. So Austin was more of a modern woman thing. Black women just assumed because he was Black that he was talking about them, which is why you only see Black people having his name in their mouth. So they really lumped him in there. He even had, the Asian, I forget his name, forgive me, the Asian guy that had a situation with Melanie King, over Passport Bros. Austin is not strictly like when it comes to Black for Passport Bros. He has other folks, and I did want to acknowledge that because that gets lost in translation a lot of times.
Well, let's deal with the elephant in the room. It's only an issue and a taboo because Black American men are deciding to exercise their options. That's the elephant in the room. A group of men who were previously, quote unquote, under other people's control are now free to go. And they're exercising that freedom.
Yeah. I mean, other women do complain about their men traveling. I've seen it, but it's nowhere near. It's like 1% compared to what we're dealing with. You can barely see it. If you know where to look, you can see this stuff but other women understand. Yeah, they can do a little bit of complaining, but at the end of the day, they're gonna have to compete because they understand the leverage. Black women have a zero-sum game. Black women will rather burn everything down than actually compete and be accountable. That's the difference. Go ahead.
Pablo, hold tight, Pablo. I'm gonna get you, brother. Let me shout out to my man, the professional 238 for the 10. I appreciate it, brother. That's a deal, right? And also shout out to my man Hezekiah Coleman for that $5 cash app. And also thank you to Gregory Scotland. Gregory Scotland said, salute to Andre, Big Truck, Theo, Pablo, and Kosher, always bringing the goods, and I appreciate that, brother. But go ahead, Pablo. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead, brother Pablo.
Okay, so let me give a little anecdotal story. I have a brother. His name is Carlos. He's in my American Black Men Married to Foreign Women Facebook group, and another gentleman who are both married to Ethiopian women from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. They were in Addis together, and a woman who is in a Pan-African group with them, a Black American woman who was on the continent at the time, was corresponding with them and saying, yeah, I'm going to be in Addis. We should hook up. We should meet up and have dinner. The two men and their two wives agreed to meet with this American black woman at an Ethiopian restaurant in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. The woman came in, sat down at the table with the gentleman and their two Ethiopian wives. And you know how ladies do? They need to go to the bathroom. One of the Ethiopian ladies decided, you know what? I need to go to the restroom. She said, "Oh, I'll go with you." She goes to the restroom with the two Ethiopian wives of the two black American brothers. In the restroom, she proceeds to run down each of those men, telling the Ethiopian woman, "You need to leave these two men.
Oh, wow.
They're no good.
Wow.
They're gonna mistreat you. They may abuse you. They may do any manner of devilment to you and leave you busted and disgusted. Get away from them now." The two women come back to the table. One of them didn't really understand that much English, but she knew something was wrong. The other one comes back, and my friend Carlos said when he looked at the look on her face, of his wife's face, when she came back to the table, it was like she had seen a ghost, and she said, "Come on, let's go."
Wow. The visceral hate. Big Truck, the visceral hate. Why is the hate so great towards black men, in your opinion, Big Truck?
From who specifically?
From specifically black women. I don't want to castigate all black women. We know there's some good sisters, but the percentage that seek to castigate black men, to disparage their name, and to cast them in a negative light.
In general, they've basically adopted liberal feminism. That's number one.
Mm-hmm.
Feminists, no matter what they say, they want to be men, and they'll never be that. So they're going to hate you anyway. Secondly, as I've already pointed out, all of the resources that we have access to, the money that we're making, these women will come on, they'll tell you, "Oh, well, you're not working with us. You're not trying to partner with us." They want access to what you have.
Right.
They want access to you as a man. But the issue is we aren't going to accept them unless they're on our terms. They feel that we are beneath them.
Right.
That's the bottom line.
Right.
Men are hypergamous. No, women are hypergamous. Men are hypogamous. Men don't want women. That they've tried to convince us that we're supposed to marry on our level. It's never been that way. Men have always married women who were less than they were. Always. They've never married women on their level, nor have they sought to marry women above them. And there's a very simple reason for that, because they don't respect men who they feel are beneath them. What was the name of that celebrity who just was cheating on a man and said, "Yeah, I could do that because I make more money than him"? What was her name? Gabrielle Union. The reality is they see that we are moving forward without them.
Right.
They are seeing that we are getting better deals, in Kevin Samuel's words. We're getting better deals. We're getting wives. We're getting younger wives. We're getting wives who defer to our masculinity and our leadership. The last thing they want to see is that, especially when it's a woman who they know that on even a genetic or phenotype level, they can't compete with at all. And especially when it's a woman who's willing to be the word submissive, they hate it. They hate it. It's a trigger phrase at this point. These women overseas submit to your leadership right away when they see that you're worthy of it. These women here will fight you. They're at war with you. They will not submit. And they tell you up front they won't submit. That's the reason. It's very simple. They hate us because they can't be us.
Fair point. Give me 1 minute, Edward, real quick. So American Brazilians say just left the airport, and the amount of sisters coming from Jamaica was insane. Starting with Dre and then Edward, the hypocrisy, because we know they're not this damn necessarily going there for food and seeing the country. They're going to get the yardie man. What's your take on this hypocrisy? And then Edward, I'm going to let Edward add insight as well. Unmute yourself, Dre. Unmute yourself, Dre. Go ahead, brother.
As you gentlemen were talking, I was actually looking up the female intimacy tourism that's been taking place over the last just looking at the last 20 years. And they actually have a map for where the women come from and where the women go to. Women from Australia, United States, UK, Norway, Sweden, New Zealand, Japan, Ireland, Finland, France, Germany, Denmark, Belgium, as well as, if I didn't mention, Canada and Austria. And these are the destinations that all these women are going to get their intimacy tourism on. Cambodia, Caribbeans, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Greece, Indonesia. That's why we don't see them as often, because some of these places we just go in and go out. Italy, Kenya, Morocco, the Philippines, Portugal, Spain, even Thailand, Turkey, and Vietnam. These are where many of the women from around the world are getting their intimacy in, because the reason why we don't see them is because they try to A, do theirs in hiding, even though they're in plain sight. B, they go to countries that we mainly don't go to as often. Like, you won't see us too much in Indonesia. So a lot of you won't see us noticing that the women are going to these other locations to get their tourism on, but they do. He's absolutely correct. Statistically, women are out there far more than men. But the part that gets me is the fact that they can have movies made about it.
Right.
Girlfriends trip, about them going out and meeting guys and just throw. Girl, should I give it to him? Yes, you should. Should I give it to him? Yes, you should. And they make a whole movie about women meeting guys in different parts of the world or the Caribbean or their vacation, and it's just the norm. They get best-selling books written about it, about getting their groove back. But at the end of the day, it still exists and nobody says anything about it. And it is more than men. So when they sit back, and that's the hypocritical part. If most of the women, if they were to save up for a girls' trip, the first place they're trying to hit is one area in the Caribbeans. They're trying to hit Jamaicas. They're trying to hit the Trinidads. They're trying to hit the Cubas. They're trying to hit any place where there's some, what they consider strong, virile men of color that they can take advantage of, that, like they say, is of low economic standard, third world, or whatever they want to say. But they are doing the exact same thing. Women in the United States are extremely hypocritical when it comes to their passports, their money, and how they're handling it.
Yeah, but go ahead and break it down, dog. What's your take on the amount of the hypocrisy in the women that are traveling abroad at the same rate the men are traveling?
All right, the first thing is, one thing that annoys me is this idea that you hear black women and black men saying that we're bashing black women. You notice how they never say that what we're saying is not correct, ever.
True.
And that's a question that should be constantly asked. Like in these travel conversations, you need to ask any woman that has an opinion, any dude that has an opinion, other than have they traveled. Do you believe that black women have more passports? Do you believe that black women travel more? Like that, because we need to start putting them on the wood and stop doing this back and forth. As far as the hypocrisy, that book that was written by Duke University Press, that was written by a black woman, Bianca C. Williams. This is a book it was published in February 2018. Dennis Sperling has talked about it. It's called A Pursuit of Happiness: Black Women, Diasporic Dreams, and the Politics of Emotional Transnationalism. I'm just so tired of this transfer. Anyway, that's a book that is an academic book, that is a book that could be selected for feminist studies. If there's an audio version of that book, I'm gonna find it. If there's not, I might get people pay for it to get somebody to put an audio, just so we can get as many dudes looking at this as possible. The hypocrisy is real. Everybody, you got dudes that want to they say they're pro-black. They got channels that I know they know that black women are traveling more than black men, but they don't. I even had a woman recently admit this on the stream that I'll share with you all later. Where she knows they are. This is what I call sexual politics. 90% of the arguments that are had in this space or in these conversations are sexual political conversations. The stuff that the women are talking about that's why they believe in narratives versus we're just telling it like it is. We have no problem with black women putting black men on blast if what they're saying is accurate. They're lying on us, which is why I'm just going back to the bashing part. The reason it's not bashing, we have to tell the true narrative, the truth, where you're just putting narratives that's literally destroying our reputation. It's to the point where boys literally grow up with a guilt complex.
Right.
It is very bad. And I'm not just talking about from a mother standpoint. I'm just talking about like the whole environment. So these dudes got ego and got guilt. So yes. By the way, Michael Baisden, Tom Joyner, when they talk about them cruises for them old folks, it ain't just old folks. Now I'm young. Y'all are older than me. So y'all know more about Tom Joyner and Michael Baisden. I'm from Chicago, so Michael Baisden played there well. This is this is the advantage. It's an infrastructure. Now, Dre said that they're doing it in secret. Not really. It's just black men ain't in a business. Like there is no vice department. What is vice? Vaginal investigation and customs enforcement. But there is a well-funded DICE department. What is that? Dick investigations and customs enforcement. So it's not just black women. You have black men. We don't even got to pay attention to the black men. Look at the black men is talking about, oh, you're going over there because blah, blah, blah. Yet they have nothing to say about women. I'll end it with this. You got women going to the Dominican Republic to get BBLs, not getting up off the table, and they're still going.
Right.
That is how crazy it is beyond sex. They're just going and getting Dominican is not certified. They're not going to Cuba where Cuba has a great medical thing. They're going to the DR getting submit and then people, even the Shanquella situation, people don't forgot about that. But this they want to blow up. So the hypocrisy is it's insane. You can't even measure the level of hypocrisy black women got. The same black women that'll sit there and say all this crap are the same black women that probably been ran through by multiple different dudes overseas.
Let's finish listening to this. Hold tight, guys.
It sounds good. It sounds good. I think at a young age I realized it wasn't like that.
Did you give it a chance? And how old are you now?
23.
How old?
23.
23?
Yeah.
Man, you ain't giving no damn time.
I didn't need to. I gave it 2 or 3 years, and yeah, I went to Brazil one time, and I didn't talk to anybody since I got back.
What happened? Hello, what happened?
I don't know. You lost your shared screen there.
Okay, let me try to bring it back. I don't know what was that about. All right. Yeah, I don't know what that's about. How did that go away? The powers that be, per se. Let me see if I can find that real quick. But anyway,
while you doing that, can I say something?
Yes, sir. Go ahead, brother.
To the aggressiveness of the pushback and the attacks on black men who engage in what I call the travel community. If you remember, Charles Tyler also had an incident when he was doing his annual beach party in Brazil, where 2 American sisters,
I know where you're going,
approached him down there, who said that they came.
The Factor Uncensored is sex.
Hold tight. Go ahead, man. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I was trying to get it back. Go ahead.
Who said that they came down for the express purpose to see what was going on with his beach parties and beach fest in Brazil. That's a level, and that's why I told the story that I told before about the 2 brothers who were in Ethiopia, is that there is a level of attack, of scrutiny, of control directed towards black men that is not directed towards any other group of men.
I agree.
And it doesn't just come. It seems to be coming now even more from people who look like us than those outside of us. That is very disturbing.
I totally agree. Shout out to my man Ray Hammer, the Hammer Force. The Strat Goblins and their worshippers are mad because black men don't want the black men resource going to other groups. We don't want their stale bun demons. And also shout out to my man Barry Hamilton for the 619. He said, "Great show, sir." Instantly depositing into your thing. Let me finish playing this thing through real quick, guys. And then we're gonna try to wrap this thing up a little bit. I might bring Marty McFly on for a minute after he show his face, but hold tight, guys. This friend's listening to what this man is saying. If it'll play, hold tight. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, they definitely see you as resource capital, and dudes need to understand that. They see you as cattle.
Meaning you're a good husband.
Hold tight,
you bring home the bacon, and they're bring.
I think at a young age, I realized it wasn't like that. Anymore.
Did you give it a chance? And how old are you now?
23.
How old?
23.
23?
Yeah.
Man, you ain't giving no damn time.
I didn't need to. I gave it 2 or 3 years, and yeah, I went to Brazil one time, and I didn't talk to anybody since I got back.
That's when he lost my ass. 23. 23. We'll talk about it more, and we'll continue with our conversation with Austin next. And welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. We're continuing with part 2 that we began yesterday with the ladies. Don't believe we have left the ladies out. We talked to them yesterday, so look on the website to get their opinion on Passport Bros. But we continue our conversation about the Passport Bros. Austin Holloman says there's a lot of misconceptions about the movement. He tells me his time overseas is not just about chasing that ass.
And Austin, once again, for those American women, especially Black American women who may be upset with you and the whole Passport Bros movement, how would you describe, would you say all women in America, some women, and are not a good fit for you, not a good choice for you? Specifically, why?
Well, to sum it up, it's not worth using the mental capacity to find. They're out there in the United States. They're out there. Somebody already got them. You know, they're not in abundance. And overseas, they're in abundance, especially in Brazil. But a problem with U.S. women, number one is, we've talked about this a lot, masculinity. Okay. When this, I'm not going to get too deep into this one, but just one thing, I don't like it when women call me bro. I've never been called bro overseas. Even from the women that do speak English, they don't call me bro. Bro is something my homeboys call me. Okay, that's a turnoff for a woman to call me a bro. Women overseas tend to have a lot more substance, you know, when they speak. You know, there's I don't know, maybe it is because we're from different cultures, there's more to talk about. But at the same time, I have ran into a small minority of women in other countries that didn't have a lot to talk about, even though we were from different cultures. But in the United States, I have ran into a lot of women that did not have a lot of substance. Man, I don't know how I forgot these points because I repeated them for 6 months straight past year. But I don't know. It's just overall, all aspects that you'd be looking for out of somebody, I found a better chance of finding it overseas.
What are your thoughts on coming back or moving back to America?
I think moving is out of the question. Coming back to visit, yes, but it'll be another year or so. But moving is out of the question. Once you move overseas, it's not just about women too. That's a lot of people don't understand that about the whole movement. Yes, women drove me to go to Brazil because I wanted to meet. I thought I was crazy while I was in the States because I thought something was wrong with me with the results I was getting. I was like, I know I put in enough work on myself to have some better results to at least be satisfied or be visually satisfied with what I'm looking at and what I'm hearing, the people I'm dealing with. But whenever you get down there and you experience how much you can be yourself outside of the country, and then the financial benefits, just the energy outside of the United States is a lot better.
And so do you maintain a U.S. job that's based in another country? How do you maintain that income?
Well, right now I have several streams. So number one, I get a lot of donations, and thanks to the lady that has put me on this platform today. I'm not talking about the lady you work with. I'm talking about the lady that's trying to slander my name right now. She's been giving me a lot of donations as well. I appreciate her negativity. And I'm also a content creator, so I do consultations as well. YouTube, I do Facebook. So I diversify based off my publicity.
Got it. And so what are you going to do now about these people in Brazil, those women who are now, or some of those women who are now angry with you, cause you to leave early, cause you to leave that country early?
There's a lot of other countries in the world that speak Portuguese. Not a lot, but it's not just Brazil. So if it is ruined for me permanently, I mean, I would hate it, but it is what it is. Second, when this is all said and done, like I said, I need an apology to clear up my name for all the people that decide to not even watch the video and come to my comments and talk to me in a very negative, crazy way. There's going to need to be an apology. And from all the news platforms in Brazil that promoted me as this sex trafficker, sex tour. I don't even have a car. How am I going to traffic anybody? I mean, I know you don't have to have a car, but I mean, I don't even have. I don't have any money. Sex traffickers are rich. Last time I checked, I don't even have any money.
Have you ever, at any point in dating some of the women outside of the United States, given them money?
For food.
But it wouldn't be, in your opinion, exchange for the actual act of sex.
No.
And really quick, I guess this is my last point, because we heard this from some other women. They say many of the passport bros, and this is just what they're saying, that you take advantage of women in some instances in third world countries who are very poor, and you are there spending money on them, whether you consider it paying for sex or not. You are taking advantage of these very poor individuals, these women, for the sole purpose of sex. So your thoughts on that?
There may be some men out there that are doing that. That doesn't apply to me and the men I know, because first of all, these women don't ask for much. A lot of people got to remember, this is not the United States. In the United States, women ask for a lot. A lot of U.S. women will put down foreign women and say they're so broke and poor. But the country I was born in is the same country that a woman will call you just to take you on a date, just to eat a free meal. That hasn't happened to me overseas. There always is a minority, or there always is the exception of dudes that may be doing that. But nobody's forcing the women to do anything. Whether if a man is looking for a wife, a girlfriend, a good time when he goes down there, and I'm not talking about paying for a good time either. Those women are on the same page usually. You can get a variety of everything. If you're looking for somebody serious, they're down there too in other countries. If you're looking for somebody that just want to hook up with you, there's plenty of that too.
Got it. Well, Austin, you be safe. Let Brazil cool off a bit before you head back, and we wish you the best, and we thank you for dropping by here on The Factor Uncensored to talk.
Now, I'm going to ask you guys a question. Let's say if this young man did do it, why does the world care? And once again, shout out to the Ray Hammer Force. The Strat Goblins and their worshippers are mad because they don't want black men resource. I had read before Ray Hammond, but black men resource going to other groups. We don't want that still. But the preoccupation, Dre and Big Truck and Pablo and Theo, I've never seen, this woman sells box or solicits box through OnlyFans. But for some reason, the preoccupation with what men do with their phallus, where other groups do it, they go to tourist countries where it's legal. People are I don't understand it. It's weird. It's extremely weird to me, man. Where are you putting your penis at? But at the same damn time, women can say, my body, my choice. LGBTQ, they do what the hell they want to do. I'm sure they go over abroad and do the same thing. But these people have a preoccupation, which is penis envy, with what black men do with their phallus. I'm starting with Big Truck and then Edward and then Dre, and then we're going to break it down. Go ahead.
Okay. I believe it was the Cash Me If You Can, or it's I Can Do What I Want. I think her name was Brigoli, and she was on OnlyFans, I believe, and she specifically just recently said the guys who came on her OnlyFans and supported her while she was under 18 are predators and should be locked up. Am I wrong? No, in fact, and that's pretty much what happened. Somebody in the chat might correct me a little bit.
What
That's
she said specifically was that when she turned 18, because that's when she got the channel. Anybody with her first people that signed up had to have been looking at her before she was 18.
And they deserve to be locked up as predators, this, that, and other. These women are so they have no intellectual honesty whatsoever, and they have no logical thinking. It's like you're literally saying that all of these people who put money into your pocket, if you could, you'd go back in time and lock them all up. It's stupid. It's so unbelievably stupid. These guys, especially these dudes who are on these news agencies and these guys who call themselves journalists, these dudes act as if like this feminist agenda, that what they need to do is they need to take you down as a man. They need to take you down a peg. Again, I'm really happy in the way Austin handled the interview, because could you imagine if this had been some Pookie or Ray Ray who came on there and they had played right into your hand and said, "Oh yeah, I'm down here. I pay about $100. I get some booty and this that." Could you imagine if it went the other way? But my thing is, as you said, there's no cognitive dissonance. There's no intellectual curiosity. There's no intellectual honesty. And these people have an agenda. Now, when it comes to these women, their agenda is literally to take you down. They want to have what you have, and they want to take what you have. Understand, this is nothing but a war here. This is a war of words, gender war, whatever you want to call it. But you are literally engaged in warfare. That's what you're engaged in. And until people understand that, they don't understand it. It's like you're up against an opposition force, and their job is to take you down. Me Too you, Bill Cosby you, Weinstein you, whatever it takes. Their job is to take you down.
Yeah, I totally agree. Shout out to my man Big Kev for the $2. He said international dice, and we know what that is. Dre, go ahead, man. Add insight, brother.
Yeah, like I've been saying this evening, I'm not surprised. I'm not, like I said, if it was the exact opposite and they were supporting us and they were cheering us on, go ahead, brothers, live your life. I'd be highly surprised. I'd be highly surprised to walk off into that chamber. But since I see that they're responding and reacting the way that they respond and react to anything that we have done throughout the history of being in this country or being in the United States, so be it. I listen. You can either throw rice or you can throw cooked rice, but I'm still walking away. I don't care what you do. At the end of the day, we still done. It's not going to stop anything. If there was not an Austin, let's say if there was not an Austin, this is still going on. This movement is still going on. These conversations are still going on. Men are still learning languages. Pablo is still creating passport groups on Facebook. All this is still going long before there was an Austin and long after there is an Austin, and they're just letting Austin live his life and enjoy his. This will still continue to go on because it's a mindset. The Passport Bro movement or the Blue Book Gentleman movement is a mindset.
Right.
The married to women abroad, it's a mindset, and you can't put a you can't get rid of and say, if I get rid of this one person, is going to die down. You can't get rid of a mindset. And our mindset says that there is something that's out there for me that's beyond the borders of the United States and her providences. And I'm going to see what that is. And that's what we're going to continue to do. And me personally, when it comes to even American women, I'm glad that the brother Pablo told the story about the women that tried to indoctrinate the two wives over dinner. When I see American women down here in Colombia, I don't speak to them. I don't say anything to them. I keep soon if they walk in my way, I'm walking the opposite way. I don't waste my time. I've got partners that's like, no, bro, Dre, she one of the cool ones. I don't gamble to find out if she one of the cool ones.
Right.
I kid you not. I have nothing to say to American women in America, and I don't have anything to say to them outside of America except for one thing: leave us alone.
Right.
Leave us alone. We don't want you. If you want to divest, go ahead. If you want to be LGBTQ, go ahead. We have nothing against that. If you want to fly solo, do that. We don't care. We really don't care. And I think one of the things that's not being projected enough is that men are not saying to American women, do it, baby. Say what you got to say, because I'm still walking out that door. I'm walking down that porch with bag in hand and with a bag in one hand, a blue book in the other hand, and you cannot stop it because it's a mindset. So at the end of the day, no matter what they say, they cannot stop this. And for those that are in the comment section, do realize that the opportunities that all of us have been presenting tonight is not only just for us, but it's also for you. Reach out to these men on their Facebook platforms. Make sure you subscribe to the channels that have been represented tonight, from Austin all the way down to all the brothers on the platform.
Right.
Subscribe to the channel.
Please do.
Yes, make sure. Connect with like-minded men, because I'm gonna tell you something. If you are a man that desires to live outside the United States or to travel the way you do, and you're expecting your boys in the States to understand you, or your ex-girlfriends or your female friends to understand what you're doing, they won't. It's not going to happen. The only person that's going to relate to you, understand that desire and that drive inside you to see what's on the outside of the United States, are other men that are just like you. So you make sure you get into groups. Soon as you get that passport, make sure you get into some type of group or find someone that you can talk to that can keep you, or watch channels that can keep you encouraged. Because as soon as you turn your TV off from Instagram, YouTube, or whatever it may be, you don't have nobody on your team. And we're the only ones that understand you. Even your mama and your daddy don't understand you when it comes to that passport like we do.
Marty McFly, and then I'm going to able to give me some insight about this neuroses about men traveling. I would like to add to the conversation.
Hey, what's up? How you guys doing? Peace to the panel.
What's going on, brother?
What up, Marty?
Nothing much. I'm just sitting back. I'm listening to you guys, and it's come apparent to me that a different, I just approach it differently in terms of when I'm talking to these females, because what I find is that they really come with a lot of vigor and a lot of canned responses to things. And I don't know if you guys are going to play the video we did yesterday with Shay Sade, me and Ed, but there was a feminist on there, and she was really just gunning, the typical tropes. Black men don't earn enough. They're not tall enough. They're not cute enough. I mean, whatever, And I noticed that each man who, and they were correct in the points they were bringing up, black men are 54% single and childless. I mean, dead on. But everything that she responded was, very flippant. So I said, okay, all right, what are we going to do here? So when I get up there, I just said, hey, listen, I agree with you. She was quiet. I said, everything your experiences, because, a lot of times when you listen to women talk, they don't really do the general thing. It's always me. This is my experience. Even though you tell them this is statistics overall, but they always zero it in on them. So on a psychological level, this is how you flip it. You say, I agree with you. Every man that you have dated has been trash. Short, fat, disgusting, don't know how to treat a woman. Cool, right? So she was like a little puzzled. She's like, wow, nobody's ever said this to me. So I said, now, that would also mean that you would be able to have free access to any other man in the world to come in and scoop you up. Because when there's a prize, like $100 bill that's on the floor, no matter if you have to dust it off, it's still worth $100, right? So now you've created a pathway. Black men, American black men, push this side. Great. We have no problem with that. That would also mean somebody else should be coming along to dust off that $100 bill. Now, if they don't, that means the $100 is not worth what you thought it was. And whose fault would that be? Because at this point, it's not a me versus you thing. It's about, listen, let's just put it together. Like, listen, black women and black men in this country just not compatible. I'll concede that point. I don't care why. I don't care why you're fat. I don't care about emotional intelligence, because that's what they like to throw at the black men today. You're not emotionally intelligent, whatever that means.
Right.
So the thing is, these are like placement holders to get you arguing about nothing. So once you sidestep all this stuff, yes, I'm not emotionally available. Yes, I got to go to trauma rehabilitation, whatever that means. Cool. That would mean if you go, and Ed says this all the time behind the scenes, date out. And I like when he says that, because then it doesn't necessarily mean date interracially, because you have Haitians, you have Caribbean men, you have Jamaicans, you have a whole plethora of
I
black
mean
men who are
date
not.
interracially, particularly white men.
Yeah, you don't have to go that far. We can keep it just in the black diaspora. So that would mean if the things that we hear on a daily basis from women, I'm strong, I'm independent, I bring $50,000-$60,000 to the table, all these things that you hold up to be really important in relationships, shouldn't other men see this and come in and take you like gold bullions? You know what I'm saying? And if it doesn't happen, there is nobody to blame. There's nobody holding you back. There's nobody holding you down. So my thing is like, listen, you got it. Go be great. I'm not here because I think all you guys individually, whether it's Pablo, Ed, Waf, we ad nauseum have laid it out, the argument, the statistics, the overarching theme of what it is and what problems we have. And I believe we were on the stream yesterday and the woman admitted, I said, black women have more passports than black men. She said, yeah, you're damn right. She's damn proud of it too. And rightfully so. And I said, black women also do sex tourism more than black men. In fact, to the point where it's organized.
Right.
You have commercials. We don't have commercials saying, come on down. We have the light skin paper bag package. We have your mama's black package. We don't have these things. But they have hedonism. They have the like he said, Michael Baston, Mocha Fest, and Chocolate Fest, or whatever fest it's going to be. You have organizations, mat parties in Australia. You follow the white women where hey, listen, you're pretty organized. And she said, yes, she agreed to it. So the thing is, they know what you guys and what I say is correct. But there's like the Matrix, like the machines to the Neo at the end, there's a certain level of living we're prepared to live at. So me personally, I'm prepared to do what Love Crossing Borders said, and currently practice it. Like, there's no hate, but I am not owed a service debt to you in any type of way. Like, my life is not yours by default. I'm not your unpaid bodyguard. I don't owe you understanding or a grading curve in dating. I don't owe anything because she actually said, and she said 70%, this is what she said. She said 70% of women that she knows of is not interested in getting married. So that's great. So now this whole conversation of building, protecting, and providing as a community stance does not have to be ever talked about moving forward, because we don't do that for random women that we're not involved with, right? She said, agreed. So now once you diffuse the situation, now two people can go their separate ways. The black guys, if they're really about their business, should be able to find love and happiness, which they're currently doing. And now that the women don't have anybody dragging them back, Bryce should be able to come in. The Puerto Ricans should be able to come in. The Haitians should be able and scoop these women up because they're marriageable, right? Right? And that's all I'm saying. Everything. This puts the line in the sand, because the line in the sand for me was when Kevin Samuels put them up for 2 years and they said 6 figures, 6 feet tall, and 6 inches, whatever that is, and if it's any less, unacceptable. Cool. I know where the line in the sand is. So now thanks for telling me whether I measure up to that or not. Great. Because now I know there's no more free dinners. There's no more free attention. And I think the death of Kevin Samuels and a lot of other little things that's been going on, now you have fathers actually buying passports for their sons. So now they're not even being YouTube red pilled at this point. You're having fathers saying, hey, listen, son, 16th birthday, here's your passport. And in New York City, I don't know if you guys heard about this, kids in high school are getting their passports, and the women in those schools are trying to start fights with them so their passports can get revoked. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but it's a thing.
Yeah, we need an article on that, because I need to find that article, because it's insane, man. It really is. They see you as resource capital.
Yeah.
Edward, this is the thing you were telling me about this woman. I'm gonna play a little bit of this. Hope I don't get no copyright issues. But what was the epigenesis of what this woman was talking about in this information, Ed, about Bianca Williams talking about Jamaican women and all that? What was the whole epigenesis?
Well, I mean, the thing is, I guess what people got people interested in the book is Jamaican women were actually complaining because I know dudes are gonna think we're exaggerating. There are planes full of black women, whole planes. Like, for real. And by the way, there was an article saying that they literally had to change some rules about the hotels with the BBL stuff because it's so many, and they don't do that. They're not a hospice care thing. It was something about the seats. And same thing with the planes too. They had to kind of issue a notice, but people do not understand because it's organized and it's been organized. This stuff like Mocha Fest has been around since like 2016, 15, and it's the next one is supposed to be in Greece. You know, that's an Instagram page I followed. I haven't gone to any myself, but you know, because it was like in the list of categories of travel things I've followed, like a whole bunch of stuff. So anyway, so the point is, she wrote the book, and the way she sells it is she sells it what Marty just said: 6 foot, 6 foot, 6 inches or whatever, and 6 figures. Well, they know they're not getting the money because they know mathematically that's not what it is, and they run into that no. So they're gonna get the other stuff like black women do. And what they do is they go overseas to get that. That is what they do. This is why when dudes talking game and talk about you gotta do all this other crap, this is what they're doing. Now keep in mind, women get to choose who they want to have sex with.
Right.
And it is much more likely that a dude that's an 8 will maybe not commit to but have sex with a woman that's like a 6. That's way more likely. Yet they're going all the way over there and they're doing that. And they've been doing that. It is like anywhere the white woman has been, the black woman is going. That's pretty much what that is. And so what's important about this video is the way she sells it is she sells it as black women have no options because black men, she won't say it this way, but black men have traditionally just not been up to the task. So we have to do what we have to do. And so it's this, that's why they call it trans, intersectionalism, transnationalism, because they justify it by saying we're going to other places in the diaspora to find a love that black men just won't give us. Under the guise of these girls trips. In the book that she wrote, she was pretty honest about the book. Her family was getting mad. It got to the point where this stuff was being an addiction. The way she writes it. This is an African American woman, and they were talking about how they were moving. It's crazy. And the thing is, nobody's saying anything because black men don't care. Just like how, for the most part, black men don't really care about black women dealing with white men. Not like how white men care in reverse. And so, again, to keep it simple, black men are resource capital. Remember the article that said that there is no black sperm? And they're talking about sperm is worth $1,500 to $2,500, even though they paying black men $70. I could definitely see a situation where they start importing black sperm. I definitely because they're talking about bidding wars and stuff, and I'm actually proud of black men that ain't no black sperm in the sperm base.
But here's a question: imported from where?
Africa.
That's not what they want, though.
I'm just saying there's none. So when there's not
I brought that up earlier.
What's that stuff that's that natural sweetener? I don't want that. I want real sugar.
Stevia.
But if it's that
Stevia,
or
guava,
water, and I want something sweet, so I hear what you're saying from a practical standpoint. But I'm saying that's why I say I can see a future. But my point is,
but Anderson, before you go on with that point, I just want to say. This whole thing about sperm donation and in vitro fertilization, that's the height of a woman's hypergamy. I don't think you can get much more hypergamous than to say, yeah, just give me the DNA from the tallest, strongest, smartest, richest man, the black doctor. Just give me his sperm. That's the height of hypergamy.
But Big Truck, I hear that, but I hear that, but the point is they're not being selective about it because they don't have nothing to select from.
Yeah, but the hospitals are. That's the thing. They don't let just anybody roll up in there and jack off. That's not how it works. They screen you genetically.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is no other race has that problem. Now let's keep it one. Let's be for real. Asians are not 6 feet. So what? So are they saying here's a racial list, and based on this racial list, this is how you do it per race? But my point is, what we know is only African Americans are having this issue. So my point is, and this is another reason why they have kids with the type of dudes that ain't making no money, because that's just the regular way. But anyway, my point in saying that is that's how crazy it is. So when you look at them going overseas, like the way it's said when we're having these conversations, the way these oppositional people, it's as if all black women are here and it's just like 20-25% of black men are just bouncing. They make it sound like it's more passport bros than it is black men that interracially date. The way they get is aggressive about it. I don't even see black women getting nowhere near this aggressive about mofos that interracially date in the United States like they do passport bros. They get mad, but they don't get mad like this because it's going to look goofy. So, yeah, it's a hypocrisy. It's something that passport bros need to start pushing back on. We need to start pushing back with facts. And again, they'll say it's bashing. It's not bashing. It's telling the truth where you're lying. Is it true or is it not true? And the truth is, black women are in Gambia. Black women are in the Swirl Tour in Italy and the Mediterranean. I know where these chicks are going, you know, because I've looked at it. So they're not gonna know it's coming from me because it's gonna be disseminated throughout the channels and people can kind of put out what they want to put out, basically examples. And also, last thing I'm gonna say, worst thing that can happen to black women is TikTok. Because
I agree.
Because the thing about it is, the stuff that they put on TikTok and the way TikTok lets you easily save videos on their own platform. And then there's already like a travel bro community already on TikTok. All we got to do is just know where to look and the algorithm will start showing you what you looking for. And then once you start doing that, then they're going to have to start responding to this eventually if we get enough of that information out there. And it's funny, yo. It's going to be a funny thing because I'm like, look, if you would have minded your own business, we would have minded ours. But since you want to lie on us, we're going to do what we always do, and we're going to tell the truth about you.
Yeah, but I might want to bring you back, brother. We need to do a full show, and you have a wealth of knowledge on this. Shout out to my man, Darkest the Navigator for the 5. Search left a black with Bianca Williams. I got that, but we're not going to have enough time to break that down. I think I'll break it down another time. We'll come back and probably do another show, and we'll do it one-on-one and break this thing down with Bianca Williams. But we're going to stream in a minute, but starting with Big Truck. Thank you, sir, for coming in, man. Got much love for you. Big Truck, I want to bring you back at some point. I'd love to come on your channel as well, and we can just do a one-on-one show about this thing and the evolution of it. But what did you get from the show tonight, Big Truck, and where do we go from here? And thank you once again, brother.
Oh, no, well, okay, very quickly, it was a great stream. It was good being on here with you dudes. It was good also that we had Austin Hallman here and that we were able to like look back to the video. So yeah, I just say it was a really great stream. We've been on here for 4 hours. It's amazing how time flies, you know? But my thing is, where do we go from here? It's like basically just keep being better men, just keep improving yourself. And all you got to do is just keep moving forward, and that's it. And everything else will fall into place. So we're winning. We're winning right now. We're going mainstream right now, basically. And I just hope everybody will continue to put forward their best image and just keep moving forward. And that's that.
All right, listen, Big Truck, I'll send you my number, man. We'll talk in the back at some point, man. Thank you, brother. Also, with my man, Dre, where did you get from the show, brother? Where do we go from here? Unmute yourself, brother. Unmute yourself.
Where do we go? It's straight to the airports. We do what we've been doing. Nothing changed. Don't move to the left or to the right. We had, like I said, I can't hear women. Hear women complaints because all I hear is airplane jets. So I'm letting you know right now they've been toned out because all I'm hearing is those flight jets and landing gear going down. And so that's the last thing that I'm worried about what the women in the United States are doing in regards to their intimacy tourism, in regards to what they have to say about Austin, in regards to what they have to say about us. I really, deep down in the crevice of me, I feel hypocritical for even wasting my time to even care about what they think about, because once the cameras go off, I don't think about nothing that's going on with the women in Greece. Why? I don't live in Greece. I don't care about the women, what they got to say in Canada. Why? I don't live in Canada. And I don't care what the women got to say in the United States. Why? I don't live in the United States.
No doubt, man. And you got a beautiful wife, and showed us, I'm sure, Pablo. Pablo, where do we go from here? And What do you think about, and this loaded question, coming up with a defense team or legal aid for passport travelers and passport and black men in general? What do you think about that?
I think that's an excellent idea. And I wanted to say something to the men who haven't traveled yet. And to those who think the passport bros are somehow going away, or there are 50,000 black men who are members of black male specific travel groups. I counted them up myself. I went from group to group and looked at the membership numbers, added them up. This is by no means exhaustive, but it is the number of the groups that I am familiar with and know about, from Black Women for Asian Men to Black Men for Filipinas to Austin Holloman's group to my group to BMT's group to our late brother Charles Tyler's Brazil group. I added them all up, and 50,000 was the number that I came up with.
Wow.
So, guys, we're not going anywhere, nowhere. And if you haven't traveled yet, this is my advice to you. Do not wait for your friends to go on a trip with you. You will be waiting forever and wasting your life away. Do not wait. Go to one of the travel groups, get to know people, set up if you're uncomfortable going by yourself for the first time, talk to somebody. They will gladly help you. Andre does consultations. He will help you.
Right.
Please do not wait. Go and do it on your own. You will be glad that you did. You do not have to sit here and put up with the foolishness. You don't have to sit and put up with people who disrespect you and don't believe you have any value. It's just not necessary. So my advice to you, do not wait. There are 50,000 of us strong. We're going nowhere.
And also on that note, guys, before you travel abroad, you got to get your mental health right. You got to get those schemas that are more or less causing you levels of distress and causing you to more or less sabotage your future and more or less give your power away. If you're in need of a mental health consultation, go see me at coachyourclinician@gmail.com. Come see me at coachyourclinician@gmail.com. I'll get you right before you travel abroad. Theo, where do we go from here, brother? And then I'm going to get Martin, and then we're going to end the stream. Where do we go from here, brother?
Thanks very much for this. I really enjoyed it.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Me too.
I think, well, on my side is I continue to prepare more black men to use their passports. And what I mean by that is prepare them to have certain jobs and certain careers so that they can work remotely. They can become digital nomads. There's various countries in the world where you can get a digital nomad visa and they go abroad, and I also teach them where they can own property legally and what that process is, or refer them to where they need to go. And it's a process, guys. Anybody listening here, to really go abroad for a long period of time or to get yourself ready, it takes a while. When I went to Japan, before I went to Japan, it took 2 years of preparation for me to finally go. But when I left, I was it. I was gone. So, guys, don't worry about it, but be prepared to do the work. And the work is rewarding. And when you get to the other side, you really wonder why you spent 1 day in the West. You're like, why did I ever do that? That was a nightmare. And I dated, again, the women out there, the way they're treated, how you are treated as a black man, everything is phenomenal. I'm saying you guys will just totally love it. Passport Bro movement is not stopping. It's become even stronger. And regarding modern Western women, what? I don't see anything. I don't know. All right, so.
Well, Theo, man, we're gonna do another show, man. We're gonna have a comprehensive show, a comprehensive call. So we're gonna do, you and I gonna do a one-on-one, and then we're gonna do a follow-up show with a Q&A. So it's gonna be like, two birds on the same plane. We're gonna do a one-on-one, you and I, and then we're gonna have a call in where the guys can ask questions. So thank you, Theo. Love you, brother. Martin McFly.
Yes, sir.
What'd you get from the show, man? Where do we go from here?
No, I like all the points of view. Sometimes I learn some new stuff when I'm just listening to you guys. Where do we go from here? What I'm seeing on the ground, I think a lot of these videos, these posts, these articles are really just a cry for help. I mean, you know how women are. They want to put on this I'm tough and I really don't care, but really you do. And I'm not getting sappy or nothing like that. I don't care whether they care or not. I'm just looking at it like I know what's happening and I know what's coming, and it doesn't look good for you. I mean, in terms of women, because at the end of the day, the guys that you want you see them leaving, because usually to travel, you have to have some type of income coming in to even make those type of moves. So when you hear things like, "Oh, these guys are broke, they're dusty," well, not really, because traveling's not cheap. It could be cheap if you know how to travel, but in general, it costs money. So that nixes that entire argument. Now, what's going to be left? I'm just looking at the whole economy, the inflation, the laws, the job market for certain people. There's not going to be a lot left, and so it's going to be like the what is that movie called? The one with Charlize Theron, the remake, the dystopian movie. What was that called again? Fatal Fury, or I can't. It's one of those dystopian movies where like the future is all barren and gasoline is unlimited supply. It's going to be some form of that. Heck, in New York, I think eggs are like $10 now, and cereal like $20 a box.
Wow, that's crazy. Dre, at some point, man, I'm gonna come to see you up in Columbia, though. We're gonna chop it up, man, and smoke some cigars.
You won't be paying $10 for eggs down here, and they're the brown eggs, not the white ones.
They're the hen egg. They ain't them bad smelling eggs I can get from Food Line. But Dre, before I let you go, and I'm gonna let Marty finish. You're in the beautiful country of Colombia, and we know that places like Cartagena and Medellin are more tourist areas, and they more or less promote whatever they promote. But do you think expats can come into wherever you live at and disrupt your ecosystem? No. Or it will never. Tell me why it will never happen. No, we're not saying come there. I'm saying, do you think it could happen even if they try? I don't think they could, because I don't think the men would talk.
Because
they could or couldn't. Why? They could or couldn't.
They couldn't.
Right, that's what I thought. Why. I agree with you. Right. Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
Because Cali is one of the few relationship cities in Colombia. If you're looking for a relationship, you go to Cali. If you want to party, you go to Bogota, Medellin,
right,
and Cartagena. If you bring party mindset to Cali, first of all, you got to know somebody in Cali, because everything is spread out. It's not like Cartagena, you go to the clock tower. Medellin, you go to Parque Aires. There's locations where you can just go to and everything is there. Cali's not set up like that. So as soon as you get off the plane and you don't know anybody, everything, all the fun spots are so spread around, you would be lost trying to do what you do in Medellin and Cali. Also, even though you may find some fun girls here in Cali, the most part, people are relationship people down here. This is like moving down south. These are relationship people. And I'm not talking about moving down south to Atlanta. I'm talking about moving down south to like Alabama and parts of Florida, and not going to Miami, but you're going to Tampa. So that's the difference between being here in Cali. You really got to be relationship oriented. And if a female likes you, she likes you thinking that, you have the potential of something long term. It's not what I always say, Cali is not tourist tarnished. You're not looked upon as far as oh, well, he'll be going tomorrow. They think that you're going to actually, shout out to my man Victory. He just left here Cali a couple of months ago, and he'll be coming back. But that's the difference, that those guys that go to Medellin and they act wild, and whether it be Americans or Europeans, you can't come to Cali and do that. That won't work. I know guys that have come to Cali and left in 2 days, bored as can be. But those who do come and who we do want to show around, they have more fun than they ever had in Medellin and in Cartagena.
Right. Trey, it's been a pleasure, man. Man, we had an awesome conversation last night, man. We're gonna make this thing happen. I gotta do another show with you, man. When we talk about, I'm gonna call it the Tales of Dre, and we're gonna break this thing down, man, about rich women, man. It was a very powerful conversation. Yeah, that was very, very powerful conversation. But we're going to make it PG because.
Yeah, we are.
I thought I was gonna have to call the law, man. Not the Lord, but the law. Dre was dropping some gems, man. But Marty, real quick, man, finish adding what you said. And I apologize for coming across Marty. We're gonna end. Go ahead, Marty.
No, it's all good. It's all good. I was just listening to you guys. Yeah, I didn't really have too much more to say.
Okay,
all right. With the guys, just basically, stay out of trouble. Try not to have any kids. stay out of the trouble with the law so you can get your passport and you won't be like stuck here. Because that's what's
Right.
going on a lot there. These younger guys who are not, they don't know, are getting trapped, basically.
Right. Well, listen, it's all about male liberation. It's all about male empowerment. And it's all about the right to self-determination, which basically means to live your life on your own terms, free of shame, guilt, and distress. Because the hypocrisy, guys, the hypocrisy is unreal. And the level of vitriol, the level of control, that witchcraft spirit that we feel and see is appalling. And guys, I had Black Ram on the cover because Black Ram was one of the original OGs. That was Black Ram back in 2005 when he was in Brazil. So shout out to Black Ram. I think he's in another country right now. And Black Ram was one of the original OGs when it came down to travel. And I did that intentionally to let guys know and understand that the world is yours. Because once you begin to travel, the illusion of freedom and the illusion of femininity goes away. You can finally walk into a place of bliss, a place where true femininity is not only powerful, but it will radically change your mind. I plan to go to Ghana this year. I plan to go see Dre in Colombia at some point. And the world is yours, guys. And that's why I tell you guys, don't argue. But what we're not going to damn do is let people defame our names. We're not going to let people lie on us and more or less be hypocrites when they're doing the same damn thing they're accusing us of doing. You can't be something that's freely given in other areas. Imagine Dre selling shoes, and I say, well, I'm a shoe terrorist. I'm going on shoe tourism. But Dre is actually selling the shoe. He's selling it. And so even if I am buying shoes with Dre, he's still selling the product. I'm not soliciting Dre. Dre said, I got a product on the market, you want to buy it. So you should be pointing the damn finger to the people selling it instead of pointing the fingers to guys in the group that are either this guys looking for wives, guys are looking at the world. I would say a percentage might be doing that, but if they are doing it, that's their damn business. I don't care. I don't worry about that. That's weird to me, man. So like I said, man, it's been a great show. Dre, salute, man. We signing off, man. I'll see you soon, man. And yes, Black Rams. So anyway, Dre, let's stay in contact, man, and be blessed, man, and tell your lovely wife I said hi, all right?
I definitely will. Shout out to you, Marty.
All right, brother. All right, guys. We're signing off. All right, guys. I told you guys this was going to be a great one, man. This was an epic show. Edward Anderson, Pablo, Big Truck, Theo Waff, The Guardian to Black Men Becoming Liberated. It's been a great show. And guys, if you have not donated to the channel, donate. And if you don't have money to share the stream. Great show, guys. Got some more fire for your mind coming up soon. And guys, if you have not gotten your mental health taken care of, get your mental health taken care of and come see me at coachyourclinician@gmail.com, because some of you guys are dealing with mental distress and mental health, and you won't be well until you get your mind right. Because before you try to get a wife, you need to get rid of the barriers that are causing you to more or less delay your power and to reduce your ability to have power. So guys, signing off, and it's been a good one. And on this information, we're going to sign off. So, and also, once again, guys, some of you guys have been emasculated. Go check out the book by Edward Fields IV. Great book. And also, guys, go check that book out, Emasculated.
Have you been distressed or perplexed? Emasculated, a book written by Edward Fields IV. Everything that needs to be known about men in modern time. Listen. Men are not complex, they are misunderstood and unappreciated. Learn what men really feel, think, and desire. Also observe their struggle for acceptance, love, and belonging. A must read for every man in this classic book by Edward Fields IV, Emasculated. Go get your copy now.
It's not my fault. You've been lying, saying that I took away your peace. drowning by yourself, now you wanna blame me. Like you have no options. I ain't take your options. Nah, I'm not the problem. Man, that's on you, yeah. You've been terrorizing me, yeah, I'm always wrong. I knew you lost your mind when you dropped that bomb. Girl, are you crazy? Yeah, you must be crazy. I've been thinking lately it's you. You stole your peace, put it on me, but baby, it's you. Lie like a ride, but take your stuff back, baby, it's you. Whatever, and I would never. Yeah. You've been flexing everywhere, girl. Look in the mirror, man. You so dirty. Yeah, you look so dirty. You were never worthy. Lately, it's you. You stole your peace, put it on me. But baby, it's you. Lying like a ride, but take your stuff back. Baby, it's you. Baby, it's you. If I control the weather, then every day would rain on your parade. Shine, you can't share things, yeah. If I was Father Time, then I would change the day. So I never saw your face. What do I have to do to make you go? Oh, baby, it's you. It's you. It's you. It's you.
count me out. I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account. Now I got something to spend. They tried to count me out. I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account. Now I got something to spend. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I just pull it out and count for nothing when I'm feeling great. Give my baby little more just to spend it, and I'm always on go. I don't hesitate. Used to always know I make it, yeah. I'll be me until I'm in the grave, yeah. See my record, had to set it straight, yeah. I make to kill like 10 times 10. I got wires coming in, some in euros, some in sec, some in dollars, some in yen. I've been trying to keep my zen, keep my cool. Trying to keep the family fed, get my food. They tried to count me out, I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account, now I got something to spend. They tried to count me out, I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account, now I got something to spend. Did it, do it. I did it all, no gimmicks. I did it all, no fibbing. Now I got all these children, now I got all these clones. Now I got all you twinning, now I got all you thinking like all you in it. They tried to count me out, they tried to fill that doubt. They tried to ride my wig, they tried to knock me out. They tried to count my wins, they tried to show my L's. They tried to make me in, they tried, but where they now? Where they? Step in the spot and they stare at me. All of these battles will bear me. I swear that nothing compares to me. Feeling blessed, I won't stress. Beat the odds, you know the rest. They tried to count me out, I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account, now I got something to spend. They tried to count me out, I'ma gon' count me in. Fill up my bank account, now I got something to spend.
I'm tired of America, so I'm hitting Richie on the net. I got the tickets, that's a bet. We need to link, my brother set it up. Damn, I didn't had enough. Ooh, I won't lie. Can I get a little shake with them fries? My skin tone is matching your eyes. Black men, you know we like them thighs. And baby, she can do it all. Your land is my land. Cut through.